Can you hear me, Brian?
Hey, Jody, we can hear you, or we can see you. If you want to talk to us, we can confirm that we can hear you.
Can you hear me, Brian?
Yes.
Got it. You hear me, John?
Yes.
Thank you.
Testing.
Anyone? Bueller?
Can definitely hear you.
Okay, good.
Hello, Miss Oliver.
Yeah.
Peggy,
They can hear you.
I can't understand you.
They can hear you.
Okay, good. You can
Hello?
hear me okay.
Yes. Hi, Miss Oliver.
Hello, Mrs. Oliver.
Should I click on turn on?
Thank you for staying for a
Yeah,
while.
I'll stay for a while.
Good evening, Jody.
Hi there. How are you, Linda?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Okay. Looking good, Mrs. Oliver. All right. Call to order. Public session. The study session for Santa Maria Bonita School District, date 7/22/20. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Flores.
Here.
Mr. Laura.
Here.
Mrs. Cordero.
Here.
Mrs. Oliver.
Here.
Mr. Holland's head.
Here. All right, all are accounted for. We'll go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Laura, will you do the honors, please?
Right hand to your heart, ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and
I guess we don't need to stand.
I need some earphones, please.
Down the low, down the low.
Who's coming in hot there, Mr. Lara? I was kind of a little worried about that. Okay, calendar of upcoming events and activities. August 12th of 2020 will be the next regularly scheduled board meeting, and August 13th of 2020 will be the first day of school. Item 3, public comment period for open session. I'll review the public comments are intended for members of the public to address the Board of Education on items involving the school district. Such testimony shall be limited to 3 minutes, 450 words per session or subject, and 15 minutes total for each topic. If an answer to a specific question is requested, the board president will, if appropriate, direct administration to respond in writing. The Board of Education is interested in hearing your comments on any agenda item or general public comment. Please note that this forum is defined as a public record under California Public Records Act and is therefore subject to public disclosure upon request. And so we do have a number of public comments this evening. And so I hope that those of you who are in attendance paid attention or were privy to the 15-minute limit and the per topic. So the topics have been chosen in order to give us greatest participation and observe that. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, and the comments are on agenda items only, so I'll read them into the record at the time of those agenda items.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to hold off on to until the agenda items. Perfect. Okay, so we'll go ahead with approval of the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
And Mrs. Cordero moved and Mr. Lara seconded that the agenda be approved as presented. Let's do roll call since we're all online. I think that was what we had originally gone to. So, Kristen.
Aye.
Aye.
Tell her do thumbs up.
I saw aye. I can read lips. Aye. And agenda is approved. Moving on to item 5A, study session review of board policy 7310, naming of facility. And I believe everybody's got paperwork there in front of them with the BP.
Am I on mute? So
You're muted.
I'm going to do an overview of this entire section 5 before we get into item A. Just because
You're muted.
you had Am I muted, right?
I got it.
Okay. You're good.
So there's a hot tip. Unmute yourself before you start screen share, otherwise you can't get to the mute button. So what I want to do is do an overview for all three of the items, study session items. Just in the context, because we've been doing study sessions regularly during the July meeting since I've been here for the last 4 years. And so I want to give a little bit of context because I know we don't generally have a lot of attendance at July board meetings, but there's probably a lot of people on watching tonight's presentation. So I just want to give a little bit of context before we get into the 3 study session items. And so the purpose of a study session really is reflective of the nature of school boards. You know, the school board, we meet as a board on district business once a month. And as a result, the agendas are generally pretty thick. You're all looking at me like, yeah, I know that because you get that big binder once a month with a number of agenda items in it that includes any number of action items that require board approval. And you spend the entire weekend reading through, whether it's a budget report or an audit report, getting prepared for the meeting. And so that tends to be pretty, wears you out just getting prepped for a meeting. And then the meetings drag on you. We don't really get an opportunity to converse. Study sessions and in addition, workshops are set up as an opportunity for a board to really dig in on a topic. And so that's the purpose of tonight, to present concepts, to provide an opportunity for feedback, questions, capacity building around those concepts. And so the 3 items that we have for this evening, one is the school naming board policy and administrative regulation. That was requested by the board to be brought back for further study after the naming of Libben School. That process was complete, and at the end of that session, the request was we'd like to review that policy. So that will be one of our topics for this evening. I also want to spend a little bit of time digging into the Tier 1 design update. It's something that we've been building over the last several years, but really got forward lean on last year. I want to give you an update. Normally this meeting in July, we spend some time disaggregating the early achievement data, student achievement data. And because there is no student achievement data this year, it really is incumbent upon us to make sure that we're building still building that orientation around grade level content, because there's at some level, we're going to wind up seeing assessment re-implemented, and we've got to make sure that we're keeping pace so that when and if those assessment items come back into vogue, that we're well positioned to ensure that our children are successful. And then the third one is the 2021 school reopening plan. And so we're going to go through that. We brought preliminary information at last month's meeting prior to the adoption of the budget, prior to the adoption of AB 77, which is all the trailer legislation that put in all the requirements and expectations. And so that's what the plan has been modified around, along with the attestation process by the County Department of Public Health to ensure that we're meeting the county and in so doing the state guidelines for safe reopening, not only of schools, but that's a process for all businesses. So those are the three items that we just want to spend some time building some orientation around, getting input, and then answering questions more than anything else. Because quite often at a board meeting, you wind up getting I always think of it, the annual audit. It's a couple hundred pages, right, that auditors have done, and we have the auditor come. Do you have questions? Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff there, but right, and so there isn't really the meetings aren't really designed. The nature of a school board meeting is it's a meeting of the board in public. It's not a public meeting, right? So the business, it has to adhere to timelines, and so it doesn't really avail us of the opportunity just to dig deep on topics. And so those are the three for this evening. And just a little bit of broader orientation around that. I want to take you back. It's almost 4 years ago. We did when I became superintendent here, we did an effective governance workshop on July 25th. We had Steve Lamb from CSBA, because all of our board has gone through the Masters in Governance program, as CSBA has designed it for effective governance. I had gone through Masters in Governance in my previous district. In fact, that's where I met John and Linda.
Right.
Was at one of the training modules.
Right.
A couple of years before I came to work here. And so really building an orientation around, are we talking about the same concepts? Are we applying those principles the same way? And I just think of it, from an academic standpoint, it's, we've adopted Common Core state standards across the country and across the state, but there's different variations in how those are approached. And so same thing. So I really wanted to get off on a solid footing to make sure that we were all operating from the same standpoint. And so as you'll recall, we generated a governance handbook came out of that day's training with Steve, just around those core principles that are already articulated in our board bylaws, just to reinforce those expectations of working effectively as a governance team. And so the governance team is defined as the board and the superintendent. The board's function is to govern the school district. And specifically, that means to establish, maintain policies, procedures, protocols that are in the policies, that are in the bylaws, to approve the budget, plans, contracts, whether they're public contracts or employee contracts, negotiated contracts, along with any other number of legal requirements as required. And then this is, the one that's near and dear to me, hire and fire the superintendent, right? That really is the scope of the board function. The superintendent function is really to serve as the chief administrative officer in the day-to-day management of this operations of the school district. And so when the operations go south, then the board fires the superintendent. When the budget doesn't add up, fire the superintendent, right? I mean, that's the way it works. The only employee of the board is the superintendent in the school district. Everybody else works for the school district itself. And so that's that dynamic that exists under that CSBA model. And so study sessions, and conversely even workshops, which are meetings that are established just around a single topic for interaction, like we did with CSBA back in the day, are designed to give the opportunity, the board an opportunity just to dig in and around collective learning beyond those core functions. And so I'm sharing this. I've shared this with the board before because we developed this coming out of that governance workshop, because in that Masters in Governance, there is within that concept, there is that the governance calendar that incorporates in all the functions, the human resource functions, the finance functions, the instructional functions, that when you're attending a meeting a month, you don't have the opportunity to be involved at a granular level. And so what we did is we modified that around the core concepts of the school district on an annual basis. And in red are those months where we have traditionally maintained a second meeting for the purpose of digging in on some of those study session items. And it's really become with the development of the LCFF and LCAP process. LCAP has really kind of been the driver, because that's the 360-degree view. Now we're integrating all those planning modules and the stakeholder input into that process. That really becomes our big piece. So in July, we generally look at that preliminary academic achievement. How's that align with where we're headed with the LCAP? Because we developed the LCAP during the course of a year. And then that first progress monitoring is how did our performance look? We come back in October and look at the LCAP goals and those local indicators that were required to load up in November, which includes the community engagement pieces. In January, we come back and look at around that budget development, the state budget development, how's that aligned, where we need to make modifications. And then in March is really when we're trying to put all that planning process together, because the timeline stipulates that in June, you can, well, in every June except this last June, which is unique in and of itself, to bring that LCAP back for approval, to bring the budget back to approval, to make sure that alignment continues. And so that's really been our practice. This is an odd year. You know, with the school closures, the LCAP timelines have been modified. So we're gonna allude to one of the requirements that's come out of AB 77 around a continuity plan that's going to be required by the end of September just to check in. But December is really going to be our next check-in as it exists right now on that LCAP design. And so this cycle has been our traditional cycle, but nothing is traditional about where we are today and going forward for the foreseeable future. But I just wanted to lay that out, because generally when we do this July workshop, it's just us. If you recall back to October, what we've historically done is we brought in folks from school sites to bring in some of that achievement data. You'll remember we had tables sitting down here on the floor, and we sat with principals and teachers from sites talking about how things were fleshing out at their schools. And so this year is a unique one. And so again, that's trying to tie it back into that cycle. Although this is a unique year, we've got to make sure that we're maintaining those rhythms that we need to ensure that learning is moving forward and that our systems are functioning appropriately. Okay. Questions from any of the board on that? I mean, that's more of a review. I mean, we've been engaged in that cycle for the last few years. Just wanted to lay that out there, that folks know that there is some heavy lifting that goes on in this process throughout the year.
Well, and one of the things in that Masters in Governance, if you overlaid one of the roles of what we do as a board and what you do as superintendent, and where our teachers and administrative staff come into to play, if that was superimposed over the top of this, you know, it's, my recollection is the bottom was blue, the top was yellow, but
Yeah.
but the gist of it was, if you were in July at this meeting, it's setting direction.
Yes.
And that was essentially what this was all about, is setting direction. So where we're at right now is the setting direction, and then the goals become established as the teachers get together and school starts, and implementation and revision of those things happens during the school year. And as you come back around to that March, April, May LCAP period is when we reassess and look at those things and kind of re-envision how we did and what we want to do. So yeah, this has definitely thrown a kink in that, but then tonight it makes perfect sense to have all this stuff before us to be setting our direction.
And that's really the point. Even though we're required by the county to submit this school reopening plan and the attestation to the county public health. I want to make sure that we're sticking within our core functions of ensuring that this is the year that kids are going to get, right? This is going to be the third grade year for third graders. How do we ensure that what we're providing is the best possible experience, knowing that that trajectory continues for kids, you know, for the course of their lives. And so, yeah, so that's probably a better summary, John, than what I gave. Thank you. So again, just to kind of reinforce that cycle. And so what I want to do now is go on. So this first topic that was brought forward was this school naming board policy and administrative regulation. So at the conclusion of that process for Living back in May, the board asked, can we review this at a subsequent meeting? What better time than at a study session? And so I have put at your place a copy of the policy. It's the policy in AR. I've highlighted the pieces that I'm going to go through because I'm not going to go through it line by line. It's not really, the purpose isn't really to review the policy per se. It's to really dig in to make sure that what's defined here is really what we want to have moving forward. And this is the perfect time to do it because we're probably several years away from naming another school, right? So how do we strike while the iron's hot based on this experience? Go back and review, and you'll see when you look at that policy, it was last modified in 2007. So there's been a whole cycle of students matriculate through the K-12 system over that time. So this is an appropriate time to review. But before I do that, there was a public comment that was submitted in regard to this item. Okay. So I do want to read that into the record.
Okay.
And it reads, good evening, Superintendent Ontiveros, Board President Hollinshead, Vice President Cordero, Board Member Oliver, Board Member Alvarez Flores, and Board Clerk Clara. I wanted to first say thank you on behalf of my family for taking the time to read my comments regarding Board Policy 7310, naming the facility. My name is Lauren Trezak. I am the granddaughter of the late Fidenzio Bruno Brunello. Santa Maria Bonita School District has held a special place in my heart since I was a child. It is truly my second home. I remember visiting my grandfather while he was working as the Assistant Superintendent of Curricular Instruction on Miller Street and hiding under his desk with my brother Fidenzio, secretly stealing his candy while he pretended he did not see us. He would walk around the office and introduce us to everyone who made eye contact with him, raving about all the amazing things that were happening in order to make the children, staff, and families of SMBSD proud. My grandfather's passion was meeting new people, whether it was a first-year teacher, veteran teacher, administrator, or community member. He always stressed that it was important to know the name and need of not only the students he was privileged enough to work with, but his staff. My grandfather had three loves of his life: his faith, his family, and his education. As a first-generation Italian-American, my grandfather knew what it was like having non-English speaking parents that worked multiple jobs trying to provide a better life for their two sons while they went to school. This is what fueled his passion, dedication, and 37 years of selfless service as a teacher, administrator, district leader, teaching consultant, and board member to the students, staff, and families of Santa Maria Bonita School District. This brief narrative of my grandfather's life is my why for reaching out to you all this evening. Although Board Policy 7310 has many bright spots, I believe is missing some crucial stipulations that need to be addressed before future facilities are voted upon by the board. I've taken the liberty of researching the following surrounding school districts to compare their policies for naming new facilities to SMBSD: Santa Barbara Unified, San Diego Unified, Los Angeles Unified, Fresno Unified, San Francisco Unified, San Luis Coastal Unified, and Paso Robles Joint Unified School District. Due to the rich culture and tradition that is embedded in these 7 districts, the community has greater input into the naming of the facilities. Each district also allows for multiple recommendations and background checks of each nominee. It is very difficult to get a culmination of a candidate's personal and professional life, the relationships that were created, and the impact that was left as a result of their hard work and dedication in 3 personal letters to the naming committee. I am recommending the following changes be considered when reviewing Board Policy 7310. 1, person's name, age, place of birth, and whether living or deceased. 2, chronology of person's education and employment service. 3, contribution to service-oriented activities, i.e. community involvement. 4, letters of support from community members and students. 5, letters of support from PTA, SAC, and ASB are important. 6, letters of support from family members. 7, community survey data of support if available. 8, other information believed appropriate and supported. I appreciate you allowing me to voice my recommendation. Taking in a variety of voices in the naming of a facility will truly capture the impact a person has made on the students, staff, and community of Santa Maria Bonita School District. It was submitted by Lauren Trezak. So what I want to do is just review some of the core elements of the board policy and also the administrative regulation. And then I've got a slide at the end of this stack just to gather feedback on what are the board members' thoughts about how we can enhance what's already here or modify the processes in light of the fact that it's been 13 years since the policy was initially developed. And so the first area that I've highlighted on the board policy are the name categories suggested. And what's stipulated in the policy is consideration of names of recognized historical or geological landmarks. B, thematic names which reflect the character of the community culturally and historically, or which identify it by the reference to indigenous characteristic flora and fauna. And C, names of distinguished men and women who have made outstanding contributions to community, state, nation, or to the general welfare of mankind in the fields of arts, letters, science, government, or education with historical significance. I'm sorry, or families with historical significance. Sorry, I had a little pop-up was covering that last line. So in looking at those name categories suggested, any thoughts on other categories that might be considered or further clarification around any of those?
Those categories seem to be pretty all-inclusive. And I'm trying to think, in terms of the location, we had a river here at one time. We're in a valley, it's agricultural, any other, they have done films in the area. So that leaves it open to a wide range of possibilities. And that would also include thematic names, which would reflect the community. And names of distinguished men and women, from not just within the community, but the state, the nation, the general welfare of mankind. And, having served on the committee, I can attest to the fact that we did receive a wide range of suggestions.
I want to say it was 110 initial submissions, something like that.
170 something.
No, it was more than 110.
170 something, Patty said.
100,
Yeah,
100.
but there were several that were immediately
Yeah.
perceived as
Yeah.
not appropriate. My, though, just in looking at this, I agree with Linda. It's very comprehensive. As far as B goes, I'm not sure how that it might be inclusive in that it might identify reference to indigenous peoples and the characteristic flora and fauna, because I think, some of the input we got from people was that the names of some of the flora and fauna and reflective of what they were in languages of the indigenous peoples around here, and then the indigenous peoples themselves having input into that might be appropriate. And then if that were to be the case, I think that would be more inclusive rather than thinking thematically involved in what flowers and animals were around rather than the peoples that were here or have been here. But yeah, I think, everything else, the distinguished men and women is pretty, it's really appropriately written, very comprehensive.
So on that B, John, are there other descriptors that think should be considered.
As far as, you mean, in addition to indigenous
Yeah.
peoples?
And beyond flora and fauna.
No, I guess, I mean, that, I think thematic might capture that because it would allow to, and the culturally, I mean, when you start talking about cultural and historic, that's people, not just animals and flowers. So I think the inclusion of the indigenous peoples might reflect that.
Okay. Other,
In looking at the letter that was written by the granddaughter, I don't see anything missing from our lineup here, so I'm not sure.
and it may be more indicative of when we look at the administrative regulation.
Oh, okay. All right, so I was trying to look back and forth to see if there was something.
Yeah, this, I just want to look at these. Yeah, the board policy is just pretty broad on what was just described. So the other half of it on the next screen really refers to limitations within the policy. So the board has placed the following limitations on names suggested and will not accept any suggested school name which violates these limitations. A, no school will be in the name of commercial development unless the name existed in the area prior to the development itself. And no school will be given the name of the street on which it is built except by explicit recommendation of the committee.
Well, and for me, I think that was where some of the questioning arose, and I think it was pretty obvious when I asked the committee several times about item A in the commercial development piece, because in my short 30 years here, I've never heard of that area referred to as Enos Ranch until the development came along, including my wife who was born and raised here, for referring to it that way. So I felt like the inclusion of that name, and somebody alluded to it from outside the district, that they felt like that they thought that the land may have been donated by the family, which it of course was not. But for me, that the inclusion of anything that is currently a commercial development is essentially, it alleviates that name. I mean, there can be maybe some kind of exceptional process, but I think what was Bruno's granddaughter's last name? Trezak, Lauren's letter. I was really stunned that her grandfather didn't make that top three. And I felt like it was for that reason. And so that's why I kept trying to bring that to light. And I apologize if I was overly emphatic to the committee about that, but we needed to follow policy.
Sorry, I thought I turned that off.
That's okay. That kind of, really gave it some drama.
And actually, it was a good reminder to me to mute my phone.
Yeah. So anyways, for me, that was one of the things that stood out. And you'll notice that in B, there's except by explicit recommendation. So there could be a proviso in there where with it, in the exception of an explicit recommendation, and that could be something on the order of land was donated. I think Rigetti would be an example of that, right? Rigetti High School. I think it is. Anyways.
Okay, so that's a good consideration. And again, it also alludes to the administrative regulation piece that I want to move on to next, because in that regard, unless there's some explicit recommendation of the committee, it would lend itself to the fact there would need to be some type of an exchange, and that's why I want to move on to the committee process. Make sure I'm on the right screen. So this next slide goes to the AR, which is on the third page within your packet, and it's the second item that was connected to linked to the agenda. And so the first is the school naming committee itself, and I just want to tell you my just kind of my perspective coming in new the first time in this district, having gone through this process. You know, as soon as we broke ground for the now live-in school, the first question that came out of everybody's mouth is, what's the name going to be? Right? And there's a couple of steps in the process before you get to a name, right? So Matt Beecher's not here today, but you know, I think he may have actually sprouted a gray hair or two over this construction project, just over the building itself, right? And so that naming piece, you know, really, when it's assigned to a committee as part of the governance team, when I first saw that, I thought that could, and not having experience, I said, you know, that I could see that could be problematic. You're giving a committee really that responsibility. But when I talked to Matt and Patty, they said, you know, it worked really well with Jimenez, you know, Dr. Grady, and that's, you know, that's why in her early retirement assignment, that's why we brought her back to really lead shepherd that committee, because, you know, they just talked about what a powerful experience it was. So you know, I'm always you know, I was tongue in cheek that in many instances committees or great ideas go to die, right? But in this instance, that really has been the opposite of that. And so what I want to do is just spend a little bit of time looking at the elements of that committee process to see, is there something that in thinking forward, and it may be by the time the next school is built, we go through this process and none of this board is here, right? Because we might be a generation away, that we're providing some more explicit, you know, elements of the plan itself. So in terms of the first piece is the school naming committee. And it talks about, you know, who should comprise the committee. Students in the anticipated boundaries of the school, a teacher from the school's grade span, a classified representative, a principal from the school's grade span. And we were fortunate in this process in that we had named the principal soon enough that we could actually involve Colleen in that process, which was pretty powerful. Community representatives, parents, guardians, and students who reside within the anticipated boundaries, the architect, and a governing board member. I think that's a pretty fair representation. Right. So, but I wanted to, again, as a board member, are there other elements that, you know, or other constituencies that you think might be important to consider?
Well, you know, I think from what Lauren was alluding to, there was I mean, I think one of the reasons Matt and Patty felt like this was a really powerful thing the first time around with the Jimenez School was because there was so much community input, and we also had everything done here physically, and so
yeah, there
was quite a bit of power to it that was different.
Yeah.
And I think that was effective for the committee to hear all those things the time before.
And I just want to say that the group that Dr. Grady led, they really committed a great deal of time to this, because, you know, there were so many names. Well, Linda was part of it.
Yeah.
Right. And then to do it via Zoom for most of that process, right? That was way above and beyond. So I want to give credit to the committee. They really did what they were tasked to do.
Yeah.
So if there's not any other omission or piece you feel necessary, we can move on to the next piece, because I think this is kind of where we can probably flesh things out to put in some communication back, because to go back to what I was talking about earlier, you know, just like with any other function of the board, all that work gets brought to the board to make a decision, right? And unless you have the opportunity to participate on the committee as a board member, there is a tendency to have a lot of questions. So maybe to consider some alternate steps in between, or some modifications of what's there. But this is what is tasked of the committee. The assistant superintendent designated chair of the naming committee will be responsible for final selection of the membership committee using a lottery process. And the lottery process is pretty well spelled out. And we did, I watched that. Maggie and Dr. Grady ran that process, and it was pretty fair, because we had a lot of folks that wanted to be involved. So I think in that instance, you know, you hate to turn anybody away, but you can't have a committee of 1,000 also. And so that, you know, I think a lottery is a smart way to go. And then the second piece, the committee shall select 3 names for the school under consideration and provide pertinent information to support the recommendations. The recommended name shall be presented to the board, which make the final decision. So just from my cheap seat, there's, you know, a couple things there. All that's happening outside comes to the board. And here are your choices, right? Is there a step in between or a report in between or an update or some type of interaction that would allow greater opportunity to process what's occurring there is one consideration. And is 3, right? When you got 170, 3 is a task for that group, you know, but 3 is what's in the policy. Is 3, you know, a number that's worthy of reevaluation and consideration?
Sure.
Okay.
Linda, when you guys, am I on? Sorry. Linda, when you guys did this, it says community representatives. Were there multiple folks from the community on the committee or?
Yes. I should have brought my folder. I'm sorry.
It's a study session. We're not making a decision tonight, so it's okay.
Right. Oh, okay. Yes, there were community members and there were, let's see, what does it specify? And also parents that live within the proposed attendance area. This doesn't specify how many in each category. And while I personally think that making a selection of one person within each, I mean, our group was larger than 8 because we had 2 students, we had 2 or 3 parents, a couple of community members. The only area that wasn't represented at any point in time was the architect. So had the committee been too much larger, it would have become too cumbersome.
Yes. Okay, good.
And as with any committee, you know, you get 50 people on the committee and number one, you can't ever find a time when everybody can meet.
Right.
I mean, it did end up, you know, by doing it via Zoom, I think there might have been 1 or 2 conflicts that people couldn't attend, but by and large, the majority of the group was there for every session. And we had the opportunity to both speak and, you know, Patty invited us to provide feedback. In fact, you know, we ranked, we eliminated as a group, and then we were asked to rank, you know, our top 3 choices or top 5. I think we started with top 8, and then kind of went through that and gradually eliminated. But every time she compiled that list and brought it back, and everybody could look at how many votes, who they got. Okay, do we want to reconsider this? Is there anyone who wants to change their mind? Should we relook at this? Because not only did she have the information that was submitted with each proposal, you know, we were invited to bring any additional information to the committee to share as well. So I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because the AR doesn't specify the criteria that should be used, which is what Lauren has done here. But I can say that the bulk of this, for any person who ended up in the top 10, we covered that. I mean, we might not have had solicited from PTA or anything like that, but family members, community input, some additional information, would be sent to Patty. So we were not casual with any name that was being considered. We looked at enough information and had conversation about it. So while it isn't specified, it would need a whole different section that would just address when you are considering someone's name. Well, what if they're not from our community? What if it's, Martin Luther King? What if it's Kobe Bryant, which, was a big favorite? So if you start listing requirements for a name to be submitted, it's not really, I don't want to say equitable, but in a way it's not, because some of it would just be, if you were in a community where you named your schools after famous people, you could have a list of 10 and it would really be the emotion of the community that, or your committee that would determine how a name would be selected. So I'm a little bit hesitant about putting, something like this even to an AR.
Thank you.
I mean, I recognize that, those are important things, but I think any responsible committee is already doing that anyway.
Yeah, and I would agree in that, I think one of the reasons that Matt and Patty felt like it was such a powerful experience the time before was also that all those things were scrutinized, all that information was there. And I never got that impression that it wasn't there this time either, that it wasn't really comprehensive, that you hadn't received a lot of community and otherwise support or recommendation, and
Yeah.
really researched all of that stuff. And I think I trust you and Patty and other members of the community that would have done all your due diligence to make sure that there wasn't a skeleton in the closet or
Right.
any of those kinds of things. But when it comes down to it, the people who were nominated, not
Right.
well, even Pleasant Valley, really. And if you look at Pleasant Valley, that was
It
scrutinized
was,
quite in depth by any number of people, right?
right. It's historical.
Yeah.
I mean, it totally fits there, plus the character of the community.
No, agreed.
So let me ask a question of you, John, as not having been on the inside of the process. Would it be of value to board members that aren't on the committee to get like a preliminary update to be able to ask questions or?
I think so. I mean, because I think what Patty gave us in her initial report before the naming was kind of more process and procedure. It wasn't
really the
necessarily
content.
And then, but I also think that you're right in a community where there's 100,000+ people. We got 17,000 kids in our schools. That 3 might be a little bit limiting. I mean, would that have made it a little bit? Would that have changed anything for you guys? I know it would have changed certainly who was presented to us, and some of the concerns would have been allayed. But what for you guys would 5 have been different than 3? For me, it's yeah, but I wasn't there.
I don't know.
And again, I don't, the committee really did what they were tasked to do. So, I mean, but again, it's so as we evaluate the process, is 3 a number? Is there another number that's worthy of consideration, knowing that when we open a next school, right, there's going to probably be a whole nother annexation within the city. Our population might be 170,000 by then. right?
Yeah.
So is it worthy of consideration or leaving it open a range of numbers that provides some latitude?
Well, I don't think it was the numbers per se. I just thought we got the information and we had to make a decision that night.
Okay.
So I didn't really have time to fully digest everything and really weigh everything because it was like, we need to name it tonight. And it was like, well, let's consider these names and we'll name it next meeting. I don't know if we had a timeline. I can't remember if there was a timeline and we needed to get it named in a certain amount of time. But just digesting that information just a little more would probably have been a little more beneficial. So we ended up not naming it that night because we couldn't get our heads around everything and wanted just to kind of breathe and see as we internalize a little more how to move forward. I don't know if that's the answer.
Well, and again, that's what I'm asking. Is there another step in the process that allows that? Because again, it's like what I was talking about before, things get brought to you and we're on a timeline.
Right.
And
Right.
so,
But I will say, I was on the board when we named Jimenez, and it came to the board. We had no trouble making the decision that night. So I think it really depends on what it is that you're contemplating. So I mean, we didn't break any rules by waiting. We could push the timeline and start earlier and allow for 2 board meetings to consider it. You know, the only rush, if you will, really had to do with ordering stuff to go on the school.
Right.
You know, I can't even remember how did we refer to Jimenez before it got its name?
Aquistapache.
Aquistapache.
Because we still get things in the mail from the state calling it Aquistapache.
And as I recall, that wasn't even one of the names that ended up being in the final.
Right.
Whereas with this one, the Enos family, that was their property, and within the committee, we felt that because there had been a school almost in that place, that it did seem appropriate, and it was not in consideration of the development. And even though it wasn't commonly referred to as Enos property, the historical fact of the school being on the property is what carried it to make it to the top. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. But I think every time we add a new school, the process is, you use the same, how it's defined here, and, the outcome really depends on how complex the issue has become. Who knows? Well, I didn't remember this, but there was quite a bit of discussion around the naming of Tommy Kunst. There was a big push to, now I lost his name. I'm really getting old, I'm so sorry. To name it after the famous farm worker that led all of, yeah, that's it.
I wasn't around for that meeting.
Well, not on the board, but you were in the district. And I had kind of forgotten that. I did a little digging.
Okay.
So we were presented with, for the naming of Jimenez, we were presented with a lot more paperwork that was inclusive of who was being considered. And then when we came in, we had like I said, the physical presentation. So it definitely took on a different, for me, kind of no brainer. I'd been prepared kind of. Doing. But I don't, we're going to have to agree to disagree on the currency of Finos Rancher and how that pertains. But that would be eliminated, like you said, I think, if you at least gave a range, perhaps, of numbers, and that would give the committee latitude to, if they had people like Bruno, like Henry Grennan, or whomever were being considered, to say, this is too high quality a group to eliminate some of these people for consideration. Or you could say, we can't decide on 3, we're eliminating 2 really great candidates. So maybe, you could leave it at range rather than specify. And then if people don't feel strongly about the commercial development, because it might eliminate a name, then we can raise that concern at that time.
And that's what I was alluding to. If there was another step in the process, or there was an opportunity for feedback.
Yeah, so that's so intermediate.
So those 2 things, because you're right, Linda, there was the policy was followed, right? Just the fact that we didn't make a decision on the first presentation, it isn't stipulated in the policy.
Right.
And again, I want to make sure that I'm saying this, the committee really did the job, carried through the task that they were assigned to. And so it's just being a little more explicit about recommendations in terms of how that is presented. So there is some latitude, some ways to present it. I mean, it could be presented as, just like we bring policies, and if it's
discussion,
it's discussion / action, right? So that you have the latitude as well. And we could, create that as part of the process to provide that opportunity for discussion as well.
I mean, honestly, having, who will be on the committee is, in my opinion, a far more important criteria, because, I mean, if it were left open, you could handpick.
Amen.
And, if you had an agenda of what you wanted to name the school, then you could just push it right through. So the diversity of the committee and who is included there, to me, seems to be far more critical than having specific criteria for any person that you would consider.
So you're saying you would leave the composition of the committee as is, rather than, no, I agree.
Because it is.
Very thoughtful.
It is. That's right.
Yep.
So.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll take this, do some markup on some of those thoughts, and we'll bring it back again in just before because there's no rush to modify, just to consider. Just wanted to have this opportunity, because otherwise it becomes like everything else that comes before you. What do you think of this? Right. And I wanted to have that opportunity to have this conversation, because it's important. There's so much involved in, speaking personally, to have a school in this community named after my great grandfather, right, is, and I didn't live here, was shocking to me to begin with, right? But it really is an important decision to be made. So again, I just wanted to walk through those things to make sure as a team we're on the same page. And so what I'll do is maybe just tighten up some of the wording. I was taking notes as we talked about the that criteria about peoples as well as flora and fauna, right, as a point of consideration. And then just maybe a little more, provide some options around the outcome of the process, because I would agree the composition of the committee, that's well thought out, and to get folks to create that investment of time, we want to make sure that we're helping them provide the information that's needed.
And there's even a stipulation to make sure that they meet the criteria.
Right. Okay. Other thoughts? Okay, thank you. So that's the school naming piece, and again, I want to thank you for the time and the clarification, so that we're at somewhere down the road where we'll have this in our back pocket to lean on going forward. So the next of the items I'm going to start with, then I'm going to hand it off to Ms. Dutra, is the second item, which is the tier 1 update. And again, this is a culmination of things that we've been doing for some time. Oh, I can't do that just yet. Can't do any of it without my glasses on. So again, I'm going to kick this off, and then I'm going to hand it over to Melissa Terry Ford. Just again, to provide some context around this topic as well, because although this tier 1 team, it was new in the night, this design was new coming out of the 18-19 year into the 19-20. The process moving forward isn't anything new, and so I want to spend just a few minutes covering some of that back history. And if many of our principals are watching, they can probably take a snooze for a minute, because they've seen this slide probably 100 times in 4 years, because I go back to it regularly. And this was when I applied for the job here. Those of you that were in the interview will recall, we had a conversation around these. This is what really compelled me to apply for the job here. These were the elements that were being looked for, the notion of skills and abilities in a candidate who believes and promotes 21st century teaching strategies, instructional leadership qualities, leading curricular initiatives, consistency in district-wide programs and procedures for student achievement in regular and special education, promotes improvements in integrative practices in special education, communicates and coordinates with the secondary district and neighboring districts. That was important to me, having spent the bulk of my career in unified districts. To really make sure that we're focusing on what's the outcome for kids after they leave high school. That's really the value of public education, is what happens the day after you finish, right? The time in is pretty well controlled. It's what happens after the fact. Has experienced the value and will promote professional development for all staff, and will utilize the strengths and talents of site administrators, directors to create a more cohesive leadership team. And so when I look at that in totality, and there were others, but those were some of the important ones, what it really pointed to was building a sense of systemness, because when you've got a district of 20, soon to be 21 schools, the challenge is, no different than trying to build a system within a school, even within a grade level. It's hard to get 3 teachers in sync on an ongoing basis. It takes some time for folks to be able to build that continuity and that consistency that's really built around coherence, that what we're doing makes sense from level to level, from location to location, especially into that secondary, post-secondary level, alignment of expectations, particularly in light of the fact that we've got a pretty mobile community. There's a lot of transiency, and when you go from place to place, you want to make sure that that alignment exists, which produces that level of consistency. And so those were the pieces that, as I walked in, and this slide I just shared, that backdrop, is what I shared the first day I met with my leadership team here, the JAM group, that joint administrative group here. That was the slide I started with. And I think I've started about 80% of the presentations I've made to that group with this slide since, because it's always a work in progress, right? It's a challenge. It's a challenge in a family to get your kids aligned. It's a challenge in a classroom to get your students aligned. So it's always a work in progress. And I shared this video on that first day, and I want to share it now. So I'm hoping I'm looking at Brian, hoping sound's going to work if it's in my computer, right? putting my mic next to it, to the speaker, to the earphone. Give me thumbs up if you can hear it.
Four disciplines that all healthy organizations have to have. The first thing they have to do
I'm going to back it up.
is they have to build and maintain a cohesive leadership. How do we build a healthy organization? Well, there's four disciplines that all healthy organizations have to have. The first thing they have to do is they have to build and maintain a cohesive leadership team, which is what we're going to talk about in a second. You have to build and maintain a cohesive leadership team. Behaviorally, they have to be cohesive. That's what I'm going to talk about today. But in addition to that, and concurrently, you have to create organizational clarity, which means you have to get them intellectually aligned as well. Whether the answer is right or not, I don't know. They just have to have the same answer in their head about why do we exist, what's our strategy, what are our key goals, what are our values, all those things. Jim Collins does a good job talking about that. You've seen a lot of this. But they have to be intellectually aligned as well as behaviorally aligned. Once they do these first two things, then, and only then, they have to move on to the next one, which is they have to over-communicate that clarity. They have to communicate it over and over and over again, and over and over again, and over again, and over again. They say now, research shows that employees in an organization have to hear things 7 times before they believe it. 7 times. And I think that's because of the old Dilbert effect, you know, where, God bless you, where everybody says, you know, employees are our greatest asset. Quality is job one. Customers are always right. You know, wah, wah, wah. It's like that old Charlie Brown episode where the adults are talking, you know, like whatever. The last company I worked at said that. The next one will too. It's only when people hear things over and over again and repeatedly in different forms and in different ways and from different people that they start to actually believe it. And yet most leaders I know don't like to over-communicate. Most leaders I know, whether they're a Myers-Briggs NT, which means rational for those of you who know, or just most leaders for whatever reason don't like to over-communicate because they find it to be redundant. And so many CEOs I work with fear redundancy. They find it to be a waste of time, and they don't want to insult their audience by repeating themselves. They're like that old story of the husband whose wife says to him, it could be the other way around, but it seems to work better. The wife says to her husband, why don't you ever tell me you love me? And he says, well, I told you when we got married, I'll let you know if it changes, right? And that is so true of many CEOs. You know, they're like, so why don't you repeat this? Well, I gave that speech at the beginning of the year at the kickoff meeting, and I put the white paper, I haven't changed anything. Great leaders have to over-communicate. They cannot fear being redundant in their communication of critical messages. As I like to say, if you're a great leader, then your people should be able to do a good impression of you when you're not around. As parents, we know this. I know if my twin boys say, if Dad tells me not to do drugs one more time, I'm like, hey, fine, I'm going to say it until you get blue in the face. We as leaders have to do a better job of over-communicating. And then finally, we have to build some human systems, which sounds very wonky and boring. But we have to put in place some human system, some structure around how we manage people, how we hire, fire, reward, motivate. And the key to those human systems, all I'll say about this is they need to be they need to institutionalize our culture without bureaucratizing. I wish I knew that phrase, but it wasn't me, and I love it. We have to institutionalize our culture without bureaucratizing it.
And so I shared that video when I first got here because it goes back to that last element that was on that expectation for the superintendent, utilizing the strengths and talents of site administrators and directors to build an effective, cohesive leadership team. And it's right out of that research, right out of Lencioni's work. And so when you look at that, this portion of building and maintaining a cohesive leadership team, it's built around behavioral alignment. But behavioral alignment, I spent a lot of time in Catholic school. A lot of the behaviors that we adhered to were to not get hit with the rosary beads, right? The behavioral alignment needs to be built around this notion of organizational clarity, which is that intellectual alignment, that we're all understanding what our purpose is as members of the team to move the organization forward. This is a hard piece. It's a hard piece within any group, but particularly when you've got a district of 20, soon to be 21 schools, to build that type of consistency. And I know that being a principal is about the most complex job there is. I say this all the time. Being a teacher, a classroom teacher, I think is the most difficult job there is. And I don't think there's anything we can do to make it any easier. All we can attempt to do is make it less difficult through building that clarity around purpose. The principal's job, and by consequence, assistant principals and deans, are complex, because it's trying to organize that system, and then from a district perspective, align across those other 20, 21 schools and into our high school system, which is a whole nother kettle of fish that we're not accustomed to dealing with. And so when you talk about that organizational clarity, that's work that we're still embedded in, trying to get that deep understanding of that core purpose. And it's probably never more important than it is right now as we're embarking through this chaotic time that we're in. Because what comes out of that, when we're clear on purpose, when our behaviors are consistent and at high level, when it becomes clear, then that's when human systems really emerge. And it's we have teams that work exceptionally well together. They're thinking each other's thoughts, and it comes from that intellectual alignment that takes a lot of practice to really become effective at. And so that was the piece that is the critical part. Leadership is key to anything that any organization is able to do successfully. And so we've spent a lot of time really working on what that means. How do you communicate those expectations clearly? And so I've utilized this credo a lot: plan the work, work the plan. I actually saw it on a Caltrans sign one time. I was going up 395 and I saw a group on a big project, a bunch of guys kind of leaning on their shovels, and there was the sign: plan the work, work the plan. And it was really struck me as that's an important concept. And it begins with, and I've shared this with the board before, this golden circle, that Simon Sinek's work of beginning with why. We have to be clear on that why if we're going to build that intellectual alignment. And that was really what we did the first year in that work, really trying to get our focus around our mission, our vision of ensuring that students become successful citizens. They become, and defining what that looks like. The second year, we really worked on the how, and that's where we had principals working in those cluster groups, feeding into the junior high, so that we were communicating outside of our own circle to realize that, as different as we think schools might be from one another, there's more similarity than difference. As different as we think school systems might be, there's more similarity than difference. And how do we build from those common elements? And then the third year was really the what. And that's where we started putting together this design of what does that support need to look like in order to get through at the school level. And so this last year around this tier 1 work and going forward, it's defining that work, ensuring that we're building those human systems at every level, but most importantly at the student level, to ensure that our students succeed. Because this is a quote from Rick DeFore, he passed away last year, but was the grandfather of that whole professional learning community design built in his school back in Illinois, that creating the conditions to help others succeed is one of the highest duties of a leader. And when you think about this, regardless of your role in Santa Maria Bonito or any school district, creating conditions to help others succeed is really what we're in this for. And so everybody assumes a role of leadership in that regard. And so when we talk about that, I used some historical, along with the expectations from the board, it was really looking at some of the, what our historical performance had been. Coming from a unified background, A through G rates are incredibly important for a high school system. And I knew that our A through G rates in the high school district here have been pretty low across the state. And so I really wanted to dig in on how are we contributing to that. And so I really began with student achievement, not right out of the gate. as we started building this idea of why, I started infusing some of those student achievement results into those conversations. Because systems, when we talk about systemness, systems generally generate the results that they're designed to deliver, right? And so if we're have consistently high results, our system is designed to produce consistently high results. If we've got inconsistent results, then our system is designed for inconsistent results. So really focusing from that standpoint. I'd shared this information with principals back in January of 2016, and this was data from the old API, the Academic Performance Index, the old accountability system. And I had gone back through the archives here, and there was an annual report made to the board every October that was required under that old accountability system that you reported on your annual progress. And it was done here comparing to a group of similar districts, which were represented here by the different colors. The highlighted bar at the top that's kind of highlighted in yellow or orange, depending on your screen, that's the state trend over that time from 2006 to 2013. And if you remember, 800 was kind of the target for all schools. So that was for all schools across the state. The line that's highlighted in green that kind of runs almost horizontally across the page, that's Santa Maria Bonita's aggregate results over that time. So it was what I did was I plotted each of those Santa Maria Bonita, the state, and the other districts, which were Bellevue in Sonoma County, King City, Lamont, Arvin, Anaheim, and I can't see the other one because I've got this other, and Greenfield. Plotted them and created a trend line. And what you see is that those other districts, most of them started at the beginning of that time frame, 2006, performing below Santa Maria Bonita. But by 2013, they had exceeded the performance level of students in our schools. And so when I looked at that data, that really aligned with that A through G rate information, right? If we're not accelerating performance, then we're not accelerating access to core instruction. And so, but even walking in the door, this was old data. This was the old system. This was based off of the old standards, off of the old CST assessment program. So a question was asked of me last year by one of the principals, well, how are we doing in the new system? And I've shared this before, but I want to review it quickly. This is, the blue line is the state trend towards the distance from zero in English language arts for all students, the blue being statewide, and the orange or red line, depending on your screen, below being third graders in Santa Maria Bonita. And there's fourth grade, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. And for mathematics, some similar trends. And the important thing to note about this data is this is grade level performance. These are grade level assessments. So how do we turn that trend? How do we change that trajectory? That's really the task when we talk about what we need to accomplish and how do we build that work has really been the focus. And I had shared this the first year I was here around this traditional organizational structure where systems are built with the district office at the top and edicts and direction gets handed down to kids at the bottom, and really looking at building this design. And this is what this has been intended to create, is a culture of coaching up so that we're supporting up to the student level. Because, you know, and I know having done this is my 35th year doing this, that the oddest year of all is year 35. You know, as a teacher, I took personally those performance scores when I was a teacher. But what we really need to do to change that mindset is attach the performance of our kids to those numbers. Those are the futures of our students. And just reformulating and transforming that conversation around how do we change that trajectory so that that gap's not widening, so that it closes, right? So that's really where we got to. This was, and I'm going to hand this off to Melissa next, because you'll remember I presented this last spring. This was the outcome of that design and working with principals, directors here, the TOSA team that was here at Sousa Center at the time, really gaining feedback about how do we better support the top of our organization, students and schools, through a more well-designed, articulate, defined process moving forward. And so last July was the first blush. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Melissa. So I'm going to stop sharing, right? Oh, Brian gave me the thumbs up. I got this figured out, I think. And I'm going to turn it over to Melissa to carry it from here.
That was rookie. So good evening. This is really where the Tier 1 team started off. As the superintendent was saying, just at the beginning of this last year, we came to you, I think, mid-year, maybe beginning of the year, and talked to you about where we were. But our function was really to become a high-functioning team and to build system coherence. That's where we started. That was really what our goal was. We started here. We looked at a system that was built on best intentions and silos of work that were creating unintentional chaos in the system. Lots of folks doing really important work from different departments, but all kind of going after goals in a different way. Because of that, it would cause a lot of chaos for teachers, for students, for leaders, feeling like the district didn't know, no one was talking, the left wasn't talking to the right, people weren't communicating, people were being told multiple things to do and not really having coherence. So collaboratively, we created what was missing, a theory of action, so that the system could be focused on the same 4 key drivers, use common language and definitions, and to build a really coherence at all levels. Our purpose at this point was to really get all the oars moving in the same direction to stay focused in the most important work, which begs then, what's the most important work? So then we had to really dig in as a team that hadn't worked together before, that were spread out in different departments, and figure out what was that work. And so we started that. We started at August 6th with leaders. And I think many of you came to those meetings. Where we said, here's what we're going to declare. This is our theory of action. We've got to have a theory of action in place so that we're all moving in the same direction. We defined what those are, getting the people in the right work, having a shared vision of instruction. We believe in high functioning teams, and we believed in having an aligned instructional system. And if we do those things, then we will have articulated for our students a clear vision for student success, that this is what we want for every single student in Santa Maria Bonita when they leave us. And it also speaks to what we expect from ourselves as members of Santa Maria Bonita. So we put this forward. And then, of course, we have our commitment that all students will move a minimum of a grade level a year through effective Tier 1 practices, because that's really our charge and what we're out set to do. And then we had to do some common definitions as a system. If you were to Google Tier 1 instruction, I think our board president asked that. Is everyone clear on what that means? If you Google it, you can get 100 different answers. They're similar, right? They're similar, but they could be different. And so school districts have to define for, in our district, this is what it means. And so we did that very early on in the year. In fact, it was that meeting in August, we defined, here's what Tier 1 instruction means in our district. And it's grade level instruction for all students, and it outlines this here. Then we really focused on that second key driver of a shared vision of instruction. So when we say we want high quality instruction in every classroom, what do we mean by that? Because again, everyone believes that we're doing the same thing, but we have different languages that we use to talk about what instruction looks like. That's not really fair across the system. It's difficult for teachers, it's difficult for leaders. We have to have common language around that. And so we started the conversation around what are our HQIIs? What are those indicators? And we believe that in every classroom in our district, that there should be a culture of learning with high expectations. We should have challenging content, should be student ownership. We believe in supporting all students, differentiating, supporting what they need, and then demonstrating learning. We're assessing them on what we've taught them, right? On an ongoing, regular basis and giving that feedback. All teachers do those things already. There's nothing new and revolutionary here, but what we needed was common language around that, right? And so we did the big work in that. So then in particular, what did it look like for leaders and staff this last year? So here's a few examples. Leaders have spent the year digging into the opportunity myth as a guidance document for how equity and access is used to ensure that all students have access to grade level work, challenging assignments, and high expectations for all. Key driver 2, the shared vision of instruction, was a huge part of our work. We specifically dug into that around the area of challenging content. And we spent some time honing the craft of being a great leader through the use of the Leveraged Leadership book, which really helps our leaders in focusing in on what does it mean to be a great leader? What are the moves that I need to make to help support my staff and move my school? And then we also worked through the system moves to have an aligned assessment system, which is just one example. We know that we did a whole lot more than that with our leaders, but those are the big buckets. Teachers also were engaged in various areas of learning at their sites, but as a system, there was definitely a focus on strong grade level instruction. Common Core companions were used to support the deep dive into standards that we're consistently and always having to do. All sites were somewhere in the continuum of strengthening PLCs and high functioning teams, whether in their grade level, their department group, their guiding coalition, their leadership team, but everyone was engaged in something this last year and getting stronger and working as a high functioning team. Teachers then became very engaged in online learning. They really dug into Clever, our online components of the adoptions and all things Google Suite, among many other things. As we know, our world shifted a bit in March. And our classified staff also had a system focus on customer service. They were provided trainings and now have a common handbook of expectations to support customer service expectations across the system. We also have invested in an online professional learning option where staff can self-select any or as many trainings as they want and need, which has had really great feedback from our classified staff. So we're really loving that. We then, after all of this, we then had to look back at our own team now that the right work was identified, and we had to think about, did we have the right people in space together doing the right work? And our answer was no. We identified we had some system structures that were causing challenges for us to be a high functioning team. Structures that were causing some work to still be done in silos, which does not support system coherence. So we took a look at our district office support and structures that we had in place that started this year. So this is what it looked like. We have the superintendent, who have the 3 really big buckets in our district, which are human resources, business, and instructional services, reporting to him. And then also reporting to the Office of the Superintendent was plan alignment, pupil support services, and school support. The rest of the departments were reporting to instructional services. Our Tier 1 team members and folks in their departments, as a collective team, the 6 departments, had different supervisors, different department meetings. They were physically in different spaces, which all created extra effort in order to be in space together and to do the collective work that was so critical for our district. What we quickly realized was the Tier 1 team should be and is the instructional services department, and we needed to structure ourselves accordingly. So we made a shift. The superintendent has 3 major departments in this district, 3 divisions. We have human resources as a division. We have business and business as a division with maintenance and IT under that. And then we have instructional services. The realignment is that all of the folks that were in the Tier 1 team are now part of instructional services, which is where we belong. We identified that we are the departments that most directly impact student learning, the school sites, and everything around supporting school sites, right? We have the most direct contact, and we needed to be with the right people in the right departments. So then we looked at functions within those departments, and we made some moves. We looked at things like all of our translators were in 3 different departments. Not sure why, but somehow that became that way. And so we looked at where does it make sense to have all of our translators housed? It makes sense for them to be with parent engagement. Great. Parent engagement was with plan alignment. And we said, where does it make sense to have parent engagement? They do most of their work with people services and support to families. So we made a move to put all the translators together under parent engagement, and then moved parent engagement under people support services. So those were the kinds of moves that we made that just made sense, right? Like, do we have the right people in the right work, in the right actual physical areas together as well? So once we made this reorganizational suggestion or recommendation to the superintendent, then we did, it was accompanied by a physical space shift here at Sousa. So all the departments are in physical space together now, doing the right work collaboratively. So there was an actual shift in the whole building to make sure that all these folks are together in space together so that we can continue this collaborative work. So finally, it then created the shift from the tier 1 team, right, being in different places, to an instructional division that's working together, focused solely on the theory of action to bring to life our vision of student success. So on the right there, we used to say we're an interdepartmental team working collaboratively to define support. And now we added in an interdepartmental team within the same division. We are one division. And so it's really already been so helpful and so much better for our system to have this really clean organizational chart so that we can really do the most important work. Our work moving forward has not changed. Our focus moving forward has not changed. We will continue to focus on our shared vision of instruction, our high quality instructional indicators that I went over, and then specifically challenging content. We're going to continue to focus on making sure that all kids have equity and access to state standards in the adopted curriculum. And then of course, we're going to really focus on online learning pieces of that with the Google Suite, Clever, different various applications, whether that be Pear Deck or Edpuzzle or Flipgrid, whatever it is. But we know that that has to be coupled with how we look at shared vision of instruction. And the last little piece that I have, that's our favorite thing, is at the CNI meeting, time has no boundaries anymore. I don't even know what it was, somewhere pre-COVID, I think February, yeah. We were in a meeting with our CNI team and they said, we don't know who folks at the district office are. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they look like. We don't know what they do. We don't know who to call for what. Can you guys just put something together? And so we did. We put together this instructional services handbook. It's online. If you go to our website and you go to instructional services under the departments, it's right there listed for you. And so it's for everyone. I'll do a quick click on it. Yep. And what it has is a little bit of what I've just described. I will quickly go through it. It takes you through the instructional division. What are, there we go, the theory of action, our vision of student success, what our purpose is, our bold statement, and then our collective commitments, because we have to be committed to the same work in order to really come to agreement and alignment for what we believe in our system. And then it takes you through who people are. Like, who are people? Here's their picture. If you see them on your campus, now you know who they are. If you get an email from them, you know what they look like. And then who do they report to? Where do they work with? When I first started here, just a year ago, that was the first question I said is, where's something to tell me who's who? I don't know who people are. I don't know who to email for what. And so now we've put this together, and it takes you through each of the areas. And then it takes you through, what do people do? Like, what are they responsible for? So I know who to call for what. And then the contact information is right there. Phone number, email, and then you know what department they're in. So you know how they can support you. And it just goes through. So that's online. And we have that. And we're not calling out business and HR saying that they could do the same thing, but we're also not. It would be awesome. But we have that for you. So that's the update for where we're at with Tier 1. Thank you, Miss Linda, who has hers handy. What does the Sousa Center look like now? Well, the Citizen Center, I mean, looks the same. We were not able to change walls or anything like that.
I understand that, but I mean,
Hmm. So,
because I noticed the people that were in this other area here aren't there anymore.
so for example, special ed department was in 2 different places. Now they're all in one space together. All the way to the right of the building looks probably better. I'm still a little new here, where special ed was originally. And then we have pupil support services, which was in that little tiny area. His department got the biggest. They got the most new people in the reshuffle, so he needed a much bigger space. So he's in the middle section there. And then right next to that is still expanded learning. Where pupil support services used to be, that's now plan alignment. So their team is in there because plan alignment is really like state and federal now. So we've put those together because that made sense that they are together. So now they're in space together. The space in the superintendent's office is now able to be for some conference space. And so folks aren't tucked into there. And then we were able to bring school support, which is Nicole Wiseman's role, and accountability and assessment over into where teaching and learning and myself are. We're all in one space now because really we've got to be in space with each other because that really ensures that the language to the system is really aligned. And so all those folks are together in one space as well. So and you'd walk around and might not be able to notice, but for people, definitely folks are in space together. Like I think about our translators, they were in 3 different places. And so just, of course, you're gonna have lack of communication, right? Just 3 different places. Now they're all in one space. So it was those kinds of moves that we made. And we were able to do a lot of that, obviously, in the spring. Mm-hmm.
I need a map to find everybody.
Well, whatever.
Well,
No,
there's no, it's, I mean, if you go into the room, it would be akin to having clusters. I mean, you look at it sounds almost like they're separate, but they're not. I mean, it's really just well delineated and really clean so that there's real ease of communication. And then you can see everything and everybody now.
Okay.
So it's pretty nice and open and makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. That was, part of the design was getting rid of the clutter so people could really work collaboratively. So I'll speak to the instructional services, that piece of the area. We now have 2 workspaces where there's tables and chairs where people can come and really do collaborative work together. We didn't have that before because there was just so much stuff everywhere. And so just making sure that we believe in working in teams. So are we creating those conditions for that to happen? Just the way they do at the school site, we need to do that here at SUSA as well. And so that was really part of the intentional design as well. So thank you for noticing that.
And Vita, if you'd like to come by, now that we're starting to get people back into the building. Yeah, before, all summer it's been kind of a ghost town, but now it's, we're starting to, as we're beginning this process, we're starting to bring people back, so you can come back and feel free to take a tour. So I wanted to provide that update because that's important to our work going forward. Are there any other questions around that Tier 1 design? Because it's really just continuing that next cycle of that work, narrowing that focus, continuing to attempt to build that coherence, that alignment, that consistency in all things that we do. And that's a task, again, that's a task for every school. That's a task for every grade level, right? But it's got to be a common task that we're all building systems to support if we're going to, generate and elevate that level of systemness. And so I wanted to bring that piece because now we want to move on to the 3rd topic, this school reopening plan. And I'm going to turn it over to Melissa and Matt, because Melissa, Matt, and Bijou have really been the team that have been coordinating all this work. But so I have a little bit of orientation that I want to build because reopening is the absolute wrong name, right? But that's what was kind of directed to us from county public health and from state public health and from CDC as far as that goes nationally. The direction that schools have reopening plans. And I find fault with that because we never really closed, right? We made the transition from March 13th to in-school learning like we've always done to the next week as a distance learning institution. And folks across our system, across the valley, across the county, the state, did a phenomenal job of responding. And so we never really stopped. And so although we titled it as a reopening plan, because the reason we're bringing this item for discussion tonight is there's an action item later that we've got to approve the plan and the attestations that are involved for the county public health to authorize us to reopen using their term. And it's for us just to continue the work, to continue to provide the service and support that our students and families need. Because there really are two elements to it. And it's all around the plan itself is primarily around public health, because this whole situation that we've been in since March is a public health issue. And it's really a matter of how are we responding, just like everyone else is responding to this public health issue, in ensuring that we're fulfilling our mission as an educational institution. And so while the teams are going to provide the overview, what's been generated to date, and I say that because as we have been sitting here, I got an email that's an update from the County Public Health Department on some questions that were asked in a Zoom that I was in yesterday with Public Health, some clarification on some issues that just came out Monday in Tony Thurman's press conference. And so this is our, to date, what we have in place, knowing that these conditions continue to change. And so the notion that it's a plan really lends itself to the fact that we've got to be adaptable, flexible to respond to the needs of our students, our staff, our community in providing our kids the best educational experience there is. But that didn't start with just this plan. It actually started back in March. Melissa was talking about the CNI meeting. We actually had a meeting planned on March 13th of all days, which was the last day that we actually had kids in schools across the county. We had a big meeting planned. It was going to be at the high school district, right? With the instructional leadership and the superintendent from the high school district, from Orchid, from Guadalupe. Sandy Inez was coming to really, and it had absolutely nothing to do with COVID. It had everything to do with how do we build a more aligned system, because our kids, this is the larger community, right? We've got to get out of that notion of this is my piece and this is John's piece. It's collectively, how do we build this community? It was, you know, it's an outgrowth of realizing that our kids migrate between our communities on a daily basis.
Right.
Right. And we've got to build that consistency. And oddly enough, that day we had that plan was the day that all hell broke loose. Right. That was we were scrambling with that first, Ventura County announced they were going to close, and it was like a wildfire spreading. And that began a whole series that has continued to this day. Yes.
Before you start on the opening plan, I just want to say right up front that, as you have alluded, things are constantly changing. And we, as type A, as many of us are, we are going to have to be adaptable, and we are going to have to pay attention to what those health agencies are telling us. We're not going to get a choice. We're not going to get to choose just based on a whim. We are going to have to use data, and we are going to have to rely on our systems that we're putting in place. So adaptability, flexibility, and some level of faith is going to be required.
I think she just hit on several of your slides, Melissa, but we'll come back to them. No, you're absolutely right with it. And so that, so what that started was we've been doing these regular county meetings. I mean, for the month of March and into April, we were on Zoom, first on just telephone calls, and then, we figured out what Zoom was, multiple times a day. I mean, I had staff, Brian and Melissa and Matt and Bijou and Nicole and Rebecca and Brian Zimmerman and Rob Bergen, and I'm leaving out a whole bunch of folks. We're here every night until 11 o'clock through weekends trying to figure this stuff out. Brian and the IT staff over a weekend developed a virtual call center.
Yeah.
Right? Well, I mean, we changed our methodology virtually overnight. But what happened is, as I sat in those county meetings, and county health has been a part of that all along, trying to create some consistency across the county is just as challenging as trying to create consistency across any school or a school system with 21 schools. And we realized based on the data that North County is different than South County, right? Across Santa Barbara County, Santa Maria, there are 14 solely elementary districts. We are larger than the other 13 combined. 10 of those are single school districts. So as we sat in those meetings and we talked about a plan for Vista Del Mar with 48 kids or Cold Spring with 125 doesn't match a plan for 21 schools where any one of our elementary schools is bigger than those other 10 districts on their own. So we realized the scale of the problem is the task, not a problem, it's a challenge, right? Just like this has always been a challenge, 35 years of challenges, right? We're still trying to figure it out every day. So to your point, Linda, we've got to stay forward leaning, making sure that we're making the modifications, the adjustments we need to deliver the goods. And so we've been meeting regularly as a county group, and in about April, Dr. Debbie Blow in Orchid, and now Holly Yeeds, who's the new superintendent in Orchid, Dr. Handal from Guadalupe, and Antonio Garcia and myself, we started meeting just on our own a couple times a week. And then we started including the instructional folks, the HR folks, the business folks, late May, because I realized that as the biggest district in the county and the biggest district in the community, we share kids, we share families, and I feel for Guadalupe, and so Matt, in his wisdom last year, had created a mutual aid agreement between the districts in the North County and even San Luis County, based on the experience of the fires and the mud flows in South County a few years ago. Because we realized, Cuyama, Blockman, Guadalupe, one man goes down, that's big. And he has always generated this network of the business officials throughout the region, right? And we need to expand our network to ensure that we're leaning on each other, leveraging each other's work, but really providing a common experience for kids across the valley. And that's been our charge going forward. So when we shared with you our design on June 24th, it was just a design, right? It was what we knew based on what we had experienced from March to June in distance learning, knowing that there was an expectation that when school reopened, it was going to look different than it was going to be different than any other opening of school. That's the one thing I can say with certainty, right? This is my 35th first day of school. It's different than the other 34 by a large margin. And so as we compiled those concepts, it wasn't to create a plan, it was to build a framework. And we've continued to work with the other districts to ensure that we're building some commonalities between those platforms, knowing that a high school district operates remarkably differently than an elementary district. But we have families that feed through the 2 or through the 4 or even 5. Blockman's been in some of these conversations with us as well, to make sure that we're creating as much consistency as we can in this chaotic time that really doesn't have an end in sight. And so what Melissa and Matt's team are going to share with you, where we are today in regard to the requirements as we know them today, knowing that those requirements will likely change, right? So when I say reopening is the wrong term, because how we begin cannot be how we end. And I sent an email to staff last week, and I said, if I had told everybody last year, the first week of school, hey, on March 16th, we're just going to start distance learning over a weekend, they would have called for the paddy wagon. But we've done it, right? So how do we ensure that as we go forward, we're taking into consideration, not that we're planning it to death, but we're being responsive to need. And so, so what I do want to do before I turn it over to Melissa, there are a number of comments that have been submitted on this item. And normally we hold the 15 minutes. I feel like it's important for people's perspectives and concerns to be heard. So with the consensus of the board, I'd like to read through them all. There are several that were submitted prior to the posting of the agenda and prior to the announcement last week. I announced early Friday that we had made, that my recommendation was going to be distance learning. And about an hour and a half later, the governor made his proclamation that if you were on one of those monitoring, a county was on a monitoring list, you were required to start distance learning. So some of those comments that were a recommendation that we go to distance learning, I'm not going to read, but I have provided them in the packet so that everybody who's watching this knows board members have copies of all those comments that were submitted in addition to the emails that have been sent to board members. So I would like, if it's okay with the board, to read through all.
No, we've definitely done that in the past.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So, and these are in no particular order. Thank you, Kristen has been collecting these over the last several days. And so these are all on this study session item 3 of school reentry. And then I'm going to ask Melissa and Matt to provide an overview of the plan, because it does allude to just about every concern. It's not an answer for every one of them, because some of them are things that there aren't answers to at this point. But for folks to know that, you know, this has been an ongoing process 24/7 over the last 4 months. Trying to get to this place, knowing that the target keeps moving, and in North County it continues to move more rapidly than any of us would like to see, because again, this is a public health issue that we need to be aware of. And so the first comment is from a community member, Barry Stotts, who said, "Dear Board of Education, I would like to suggest that the district please try and coordinate children from the same family to attend school during or close to the same times and days when students return to the classroom. Thank you for your time." This next comment is from Kayla Elman, who's a physical education teacher at Battles Elementary School. It says, "To the Santa Maria Bonita School Board, I speak as one of the SMBSD elementary physical educators for the 16,000 plus students who receive physical education instruction. We thank you for supporting physical education, PE. Santa Maria Bonita has supported and made PE possible by first hiring highly qualified, professionally trained physical education teachers during the 2019-2020 school year. The 29 general physical educators of the district have attended 4 annual professional learning conferences and have accumulated over 300 hours of professional learning through those conferences, district training, and other professional learning communities. The district has shown PE as a priority by reinforcing the state-mandated 200 professional minutes. Physical educators were also enabled to be after-school coaches, migrant teachers, and facilitate other programs. Additionally, many district board members and faculty have been involved with and attended physical education activities and community outreach events such as Kids Heart Challenge, SMBSD youth sports, soccer, flag football, volleyball, cheerleading, and track, and family fitness nights. The role of physical education has not changed despite the context of online learning faced in 2020. During online teaching in spring 2020, the elementary physical educators continued to develop physical literacy in students. A physically literate student is one who has the knowledge, skills, and confidence to enjoy a lifetime of healthful physical activity. To maintain physical literacy development, physical educators use a variety of digital platforms to facilitate instruction, knowledge, create content, post physical movement challenges, skills, assess health and movement lessons, and encourage social interaction, build confidence. The 29 physical educators continue to independently facilitate biweekly professional learning meetings to share resources and maintain effective learning contexts to meet student needs. Listen as our students express gratitude and desire to connect with peers and teachers. I really miss PE a lot because it is so fun doing PE with all the activities. Thanks for being a great, good, and amazing coach. Thank you for keeping me strong and healthy. Thank you for encouraging me and believing that I can meet my goal. PE is the best. I love PE. Thanks for being there. As an SMBSD elementary physical educator, I desire to continue developing physical literacy as we and the students see benefit for their future. Physical educators believe teaching the whole child includes self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and social awareness. Instruction from highly qualified physical educators is the best way for students to experience a safe and healthy learning environment where students' needs drive content. Physical educators see the potential for students to increase their confidence through movement, improve social skills during PE, and develop a greater sense of self-worth. No matter the context, physical educators will ensure that high-quality physical education will continue to be an integral part of the 2021 school year plan. Thank you for collaborating with the SMBSD elementary physical education teachers, and as we look ahead to the beginning of school this fall. And again, that's Kayla Elman from Battles Elementary. The next comment is from Deborah Simpson. My name is Deborah Simpson. I am a special ed, mild to moderate STC teacher at Tommy Kuntz Junior High School. I'm writing to ask you to consider our most marginalized student population as plans are made for the new school year. Much of the planning and questions being asked are specific to our larger general ed population, which is understandable, but little consideration has been given to our special ed population. While I understand the dangers of reopening our schools, it is imperative that this population of students be looked at in a different way. The reasons for this request of you is that these students have a very different set of challenges for learning. We cannot meet their academic needs or any of their needs if they stay at home. I could list a number of challenges for you to think about, but let's just consider a few. One, our students are not proficient with technology, which is certainly required to meet their IEP goals. Two, our special ed families are faced with challenges regarding their students, unlike those faced by gen ed families. Three, many of our students in this population require one-on-one attention while learning in the physical classroom as they are reading well below grade level. Four, multi-step procedures and directions are an enormous issue for this population of students. These students require one-on-one support in the classroom. Please do not leave this group of SMBSD students out of the discussion of how to return to learning in August. Their plight in all of this is worthy of making a physical return to the classroom possible for them. There is no reason not to consider a solution that meets their most basic needs and supports our families in this plan. Thank you, Deborah Simpson, mild to moderate STC teacher, Tommy Kuntz Junior High School. The next comment is from Joel Hartwell. Dear members of the board, I am to understand that based on the governor's recent directive, we are to go full online instruction for the beginning of the 2021 school year. My agreement or disagreement with this ruling is no longer relevant at this time, but this directive has created a possible concern for my family and I, as well as others within the district. The concern is as follows. As a resident of the Santa Maria Valley and consequent use of Comcast as my internet provider, I am limited in the amount of data I can use per month without additional charges. While Comcast has recently increased this limit by a bit, I still find the limit will most likely be exceeded based on April and May usage rates. With myself and my wife, both teachers within the district, a high school student, and 2 college students all in our home learning and teaching via the internet, it can almost be guaranteed we will exceed Comcast's data limit. At this time, my understanding is we will be paying an extra $100 per month for these overages based on Comcast's last known billing policy. While generally this could be considered a slight inconvenience, it is an additional cost monthly that is impacting my family's budget as well as many others. I'm aware there is little you can do to solve this dilemma, but I wanted to make sure you were aware of it. I had hoped that it would be possible to work from my office to relieve some of the strain of some of the data use, but I am unsure of that possibility at this time. Thank you for your time and efforts, and we'll see you in a few weeks. The next communication is from Jennifer Cruz. As the health crisis in California surrounding COVID-19 has increased, our governor has imposed distance learning for all districts and counties on the monitoring list. This has impacted both the county I work and live in. During the June board meeting, I watched as 3 models were presented, all of which included staff on campus. The reasoning for teachers to be on campus was that we wanted to be by our teacher tools, internet, and stuff. While I do not disregard that some may in fact feel this way, it is important to address that this model will not meet the needs of working parents who have young school-age children also in distance learning, or the needs of individuals in the high-risk category. I asked the board to consider flexibility in regards to staff and scheduling on campus, just like we are asking for the flexibility of our parents to support their students' school day. The reality is that the metric that is keeping us in a continued state of distance learning is that our positivity for infection rate is exceeding the criteria. If we bring staff back to offices and campuses across the district, the very real threat is an even higher increase to our infection rate. The scenario has been seen in other districts who have met or taught during this time, and there are reports of spread colleague to colleague. This will further postpone reopening efforts. We are in an unprecedented time with a novel virus of which we do not know the long-term effects. Our counties are on monitoring lists because the very real concern is that our healthcare system will be pushed beyond the ability to treat and save us. As a parent, I wrote to my daughter's school board to consider distance learning because we just do not have all the facts and need to keep our children safe. As teachers, we want to be in our classroom with students, but we want to be there when it is safe for them and us to do so. As a working mother, I'm asking the board to consider that requiring teachers and staff to be on campus during this distance learning time will put the faculty under an extreme hardship due to health and family concerns. As the governor said in his Friday address, we cannot deny the fact that we have hundreds of thousands of adults that are responsible to take care and educate our kids, and their health needs to be considered as well. Thank you for your time. And again, that was Jennifer Cruz. The next communication is from Jose Rodriguez. My name is Jose Rodriguez, and I'm an 8th grade teacher at El Camino Junior High School. Before I begin, I want to thank the school board for listening to teachers' valid concerns during this unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic. I, along with hundreds of my colleagues in this district, am concerned about being asked to complete distance learning from within our classrooms. While the district does want all hands on deck as we begin this school year, I am not persuaded that all of the health guidelines as laid forth in the state's Stronger Together document are going to be met. One concern that teachers have voiced is the potential for the virus to be spread throughout ventilation systems that recycle indoor air to all of the rooms. Another concern many of us have is the ability of our custodial staff, already overworked, to disinfect classrooms, bathrooms, staff rooms, and any other high traffic areas used by teachers on their sites. We also have to keep in mind that a sizable percentage of teachers who either have underlying medical conditions or are at an older age. This population is high risk for contracting COVID-19 and suffering severe health consequences and potentially dying as a result. Are we as a district communicating to the community that we are fine with the risk of our teachers potentially contracting the virus and then spreading it to our family and friends? Or worse, are we willing to risk the very lives of our teachers? We have witnessed schools in Israel and Australia close their doors after having reopened prematurely because these schools became breeding grounds for spreading the virus. Even here in the United States, there was a case of Kimberly Chavez Lopez Bird, who taught summer school from a classroom in Arizona with a couple of her colleagues. Kimberly contracted the virus from one of her colleagues and was dead within 2 weeks. The teachers wore masks, washed their hands, disinfected their workspace, and took all of the measures they believed would keep them safe. So my request to all of you is to consider our health and safety. We should not be distance teaching from the school site, but I think it would be a reasonable compromise to allow teachers to have the option to work in the classroom if they so chose. Thank you very much for considering our concerns during this time. The next comment is submitted by William Itzstein. Good evening. First, thank you to the school board and all of our union representatives who have been working hard to prepare for the upcoming school year. My wife and I were relieved to learn that we have a decision from the state on how we will start the school year. However, we immediately began talking about the concern of childcare for our 4th grader. Like many other teachers in the district, we need to balance our work and our child's online learning. At the last board meeting, all of the models presented required teachers to be on campus, but there was no mention of what we can do with our children. We do not have a childcare option for our son if we need to report to our school sites. Effective distance learning can happen from anywhere, as can effective distance teaching. Please do not require us to be on campus for distance learning. There were struggles and a learning curve in the spring with distance learning, but we rose to those challenges, learned a great deal, and will continue to improve. I believe the added stress of needing to be on campus will hinder further progress in distance learning. At the same time, it will create more contact points, which is the opposite of the reason to not have students in the classroom right now. Thank you, William Itzstein, El Camino Junior High. The next comment is submitted by Desiree Felix from Adam Elementary. We have just emerged from a time of crisis, teaching, and learning. We are now entering a period of what should look and feel better than what we just went through, distance learning. Unfortunately, 3 weeks out from the start of the year, I feel as though we are right where we left off. In light of the recent uptick of Santa Barbara County COVID cases, our future will be in distance learning format. With this format, it should be abundantly clear what paid training, professional development, and expectations will be so that we can all be successful. Time is of the essence. Other school districts have planned and prepared to pay their teachers to be ready for distance learning since June. Asking us to volunteer our time in a hodgepodge variety of training does not lead us all down the same path of continuity and clarity. In June, we heard loud and clear that both parents and teachers needed consistency and clarity. To achieve this, we need to be offered professional development during contract work hours, as well as EWAs for work completed outside of the contract day. This might also mean we take longer than usual to open a school year. I don't believe 4 work days prior to school is enough to work collectively to ensure months of success. We also need time each week built into our schedules to collaborate, reassess, and reevaluate what is working and what is not working. With proper training and professional development solely focused on distance learning, we also need to address how our at-risk students can be supported. How can we reach students who will be with babysitters because of full-time working parents? This is an important type of training that must happen before we attempt to teach our students. All training must include our classified staff so that we can all support each other. Lastly, and most importantly, we need to be offered support with supporting our own families during these uncertain times. In order to be able to put our best foot forward, self-care and meeting the basic needs of our own families is of utmost importance. Thank you, Desiree Felix. The next comment is submitted by Tiffany Marquez. Good afternoon. Thank you for all the hard work and endless hours that you have all put in. I appreciate your hard work and dedication to students and staff. My name is Tiffany Marquez, and I'm the Resource Specialist at Adam Elementary. I'm asking for your consideration in the option to work from home during school closure. There have been many statements that have said if you were able to work from home, you should. Those of us that would like the option to work from home are very capable of working from home. I'm a parent of 2 elementary-age children, and many of my colleagues have small children as well. If we are required to work from our classrooms, many of us will need to bring our own children. There are so many questions that come with this scenario. Will it be safe for them? Will it be safe for us? I work in a very small room. At home, my kids were trained to go outside in the backyard or go in their rooms to play while I had Zoom meetings. Is it safe to send them outside my classroom to play when I have meetings? I know there were some concerns expressed about holding teachers accountable for working their contracted hours. I also had this concern as a parent and as an educator. My own kids had 2 vastly different distance learning experiences. I assure you that most of us put in way more time than we usually did during the school year. My days began at 7 a.m. with writing IEPs, checking and answering emails, and planning that day. They were then filled with planning for my students, teaching my own kids, IEP meetings, Zoom meetings with students, Zoom meetings with grade level staff, and or the special education department, collaborating with my co-teachers, emailing and texting coworkers and school-related information. The teamwork that came out of this terrible COVID situation was mind-blowing. Many of us were answering student emails, making phone calls, or simply chatting with the students on Google to give them someone to connect with way past the end of their contracted day. My school was able to continue to produce our video news, Halo Happenings, with contributions from many staff members. Teachers sent postcards and letters to students, and our principal continued our weekly attendance and Halo raffle. All of this hard work was done from the safety of our home. Please allow us the option to work from home for the safety of ourselves and our families. Thank you for your time. And again, that was Tiffany Marquez. The following is from Kristen Patterson. Dear honorable board members, we are at the point during this pandemic at which we need to plan for safety while providing high quality learning for our students. At this time in Santa Barbara County, non-essential offices are closed to combat the spread of COVID-19 and employees are working remotely. In our district, teachers who can work full-time from home should be allowed to do so. For teachers who need to work at school, a schedule should be created limiting the number of teachers on campus each day to ensure safe distancing, especially when considering restrooms and other shared spaces. There are also those of us who are sharing our rooms with other teachers and or paraeducators. We can't guarantee safety working in that confined space with poor ventilation. In Arizona, 3 teachers shared one room for just 2 hours a day while masked and distancing to provide virtual lessons for summer school. All caught coronavirus and 1 died. Further, some of us have or live with those who are in high-risk categories related to complications from COVID-19. Please don't force us to choose between our work and the health of our families. We are professionals and should be trusted to work from where it's safe. Further, childcare is difficult to acquire right now, and our children will also be distance learning. If required to be on campus, some of us will be forced to bring our children or take leave to care for them. Finally, instead of requiring all teachers to hand out supplies, materials, and meet families in person, which could lead to a super spreader event at the start of the year, please consider allowing teachers and staff to volunteer to pass out supplies and meet students and families in person. Other teachers could then participate in meet and greets virtually by a combination of Zooms hosted by the school and individual Zooms by grade levels/subjects. It would be too easy for us as teachers wanting the best for our students to let down our guard if we meet each family in person. Considering the number of cases in Santa Maria, this event makes me very nervous. We won't be able to provide any learning if we are all ill from COVID-19. There is so much we don't know about coronavirus that makes forcing all staff on campus at the same time a very risky decision that may cost life or lifelong complications from COVID-19. Please consider creating your safest back-to-school plan possible that also ensures our students and families of high-quality education. You have the power to keep our students, families, teachers, and staff safe by allowing flexible work environments during this pandemic. Thank you for your time and consideration. Kristen Patterson, Arianas Junior High. This next communication is from Yvonne Duran. Esteemed members of the board, during this COVID-19 emergency, school has become the center of contentious conversations about economics, child welfare, equity, and achievement gaps. In this context, a social media post took my breath away. We can recover students' learning, but we cannot recover their lives. If you've ever attended the funeral for a student, you know well it is the rawest form of heartache, a horrific, brutal reality that is not in for family members when the service is over. In an emergency, the #1 imperative is to save lives. Knowing our families look to schools to set the standard for safety, I'm extremely grateful we will be distance learning in the fall. I trust that you, as stewards of children, will do everything in your power to protect our families from the excruciating pain of losing the life of a child. That said, the responsibility teachers feel for their students' learning is immeasurable. The world can be imploding, but teachers will figure out a way to teach. Now that the initial crisis teaching is behind us, I hope the district can provide support to teachers in the following ways. 1, provide access to a student view of digital platforms so that we can film how-to videos for assignments and help students troubleshoot tech. The IT department has said this was impossible. I submit that we have put a man on the moon. If there's a workaround, then please provide the training. 2, continue to make short, translated how-to videos on the basics of Clever, email, Parent Square, Google Classroom, Zoom, core curriculum, supplemental programs, and Netiquette. This will allow teachers to focus their efforts on developing and delivering high-quality instruction. 3, provide high-quality professional development on quality, age-appropriate distance learning. So far, we have received a choose-your-own-adventure approach to PD with a web page brimming with resources and technology trainings to explore on our own time. In order to best utilize those resources, we first need a shared understanding of effective, engaging distance learning. To that end, we need to see premier examples of A, how to set up effective DL classrooms, including templates of virtual classrooms for each grade level that delineate organization structure and function. B, how to deliver effective virtual content in all subject areas, including template lessons and assignments for core curricula. C, how to convert traditional classroom techniques and routines, i.e. partner or group work sharing out, number talks, guided reading into their technology equivalents, i.e. Flipgrid, Pear Deck, etc. Thank you for your consideration in helping SMBSD teachers do our best for our students in this new mode of instruction. The next is from Amy Adams. First, I would like to say thank you for your hard work and dedication to the students, staff, and families of SMBSD. When I read the email from Mr. Ontivero stating that he would recommend beginning of the year with distance learning, I breathed a huge sigh of relief. While we all understand this is not the easiest route, it is the safest. There have been many ideas floating around, and I'd like to address 2 of them. One is that teachers will be required to be at their school sites during working hours. I do not understand how this follows the safety guidelines that we're trying to follow. How will we safely be able to use the restroom? Has ventilation been considered? Will all common areas be sanitized throughout the day? If teachers are able to teach from home, I feel that is the safest option. My other big concern is that teachers may be asked to meet personally with all of our students and parents during the first 2 weeks of the school year. It is not safe enough to return to school. It is not safe enough to meet with all our students in person. For junior high teachers, we would be meeting with over 100 students, plus their parents and possibly translators. That is a lot of unnecessary contact. I ask that these conferences be held virtually. Please continue to consider the health and safety of our students and staff. Amy Adams, Tommy Kuntz Junior High. The following is from Sarah Hebert, teacher at El Camino Junior High. Dear SMBSD board members, I disagree with the district's proposal that all teachers are required to teach on campus during distance learning. Teachers need the flexibility to choose whether to distance teach from campus or from home. Requiring all teachers to be on campus unnecessarily increases our chance of exposure to COVID-19. Shared classrooms, restrooms, workspaces, and ventilation systems are all major safety issues if an entire school staff returns to campus at once. Also, the full-time childcare needed for the many of us with young children further increases our family's chances of exposure to COVID-19. Additionally, the proposed face-to-face teacher meetings and conferences with parents and students during the first 2 weeks of school are unsafe and unnecessary. These meetings can and should be done online. Finding many teachers are equipped to distance teach at home because our personal home technology is superior to the aging district laptops in our classrooms. Accountability is not an issue because all school administrators have access to every teacher's remote classroom. For our safety and the best interest of our SMBSD staff and students, please consider giving teachers the flexibility to choose to work from home or on campus during distance learning. The following is from Stephanie Douglas, who's a music teacher at Tommy Kuntz. Honorable members of the board, my name is Stephanie Douglas, and I am newly transferred teacher at Tommy Kuntz Junior High. Like virtually all of my colleagues, I made a quick transition to distance learning last spring. At the time, teachers had to carry this out using a wild variation of skill sets. This year, we have an opportunity to start the school year on more level footing with a potential set of tools that seem we will be expected to learn, including Google Classroom, Screencastify, and more. I was enthusiastic to learn that we could receive more professional development in these skills in the coming 2 weeks. This would give educators the opportunity to solidify their distance teaching strategies and collaborate using the same kinds of tools. I was disappointed to learn that these trainings would not be paid. Many of us have been spending countless hours organizing our own classroom setups in preparation for this huge shift in our teaching practice, but 1 to 2 hours of professional work provided by the district cannot be compensated. This sends a message to me as an educator that the time I spend aligning my teaching practice to the district's vision is not valued. I also feel trapped because I want to know everything about the digital tools that would be available to me and my students. I feel I would be depriving students of potential learning if I chose not to attend these trainings. My ask is that you find the available channels that would allow teachers to be compensated when they do work for the district outside of contracted hours, especially when it is for developing skill sets that will be essential when the school year begins. Thank you for your time. Stephanie Douglas. This is from Sarah Matherly. Good evening, Mr. Ontiveros and esteemed board members. I'd like to ask to you in support of my fellow colleagues in our district who wish to have flexibility and choice of location when it comes to where we are asked to teach. In many of our school sites, the school rules for the students are be safe, be respectful, be responsible. I always add in be kind, because as I've always told my students, if you are kind, you often take care of all three at once. My requests for location flexibilities are as follows. 1, requiring any preliminary in-person prolonged activities is not safe. It will expose staff, teachers, students, and their families to the virus, even if distance, masked, and outside. I believe the prudent choice is to send information to families as well as instructional videos about access in Spanish, Mixteco, and English. Then arrange for quick pickup of materials as in the spring. We did not have the numbers of virus we do now back in March, so choosing this option would be the most responsible and respectful choice for the health of our students, families, and our school personnel, given our current status. 2, asking teachers and other staff to work on campus is not safe. Many of us are familiar with the tragic story of the teachers in Arizona who are working together over the summer and lost one of their colleagues to the virus. Despite following CDC guidelines, they still came down with the virus, and now there are scientific findings as well as media reports globally that strongly suggest this virus can become airborne. Being in an enclosed space, even individually isolated with little or no ventilation, as is the case with many buildings in our district, is a dangerous choice given the structures we teach in. 3, teachers and staff need compensated training time to reinvigorate our skills to effectively distance teach. In that way, we can responsibly follow the governor's request for daily rigorous instruction that so many students in our district need, especially for English language learners, especially at the TK2 level, and urgently for those with disabilities and special needs. I respectfully request and join my fellow educators in asking for your help at this time. In my 5 years of service with Santa Maria Bonita, I've been proud to be a teacher from this district because I know the level of service and dedication that's shown to our students and their families. We must be just as safe, respectful, and responsible, and above all kind, as we often request of our students to help them learn in a healthy and effective manner. The following is from Luke Laurie, science teacher at El Camino Junior High. Esteemed members of the SMBSD Board of Education, as you know, we have a long history of issues in our district arising from hot, stuffy classrooms. We usually associate this problem with a lack of air conditioning, but we also know that many of our classrooms, both newer and older, have poor ventilation. With a deadly airborne virus running rampant, it is vital that we consider ventilation for the safety of everyone in our district and our community. We must approach the prospect of returning to school buildings with great caution. Our district, like all districts in California, must comply with the state's COVID-19 reopening guidelines, including the requirement to ensure that ventilation systems and fans operate properly and increase circulation of outdoor air as much as possible by opening windows and doors and other methods. Truly complying with this requirement will be a challenge. I have visited many buildings in SMBSD over the past couple of years and measured CO2 levels, temperature, and humidity. Many people are not aware that CO2 is a toxic gas that accumulates in indoor spaces primarily as a result of human respiration. A well-ventilated building maintains a static level of CO2 on par with atmospheric CO2, approximately 400 parts per million. Most of the classrooms and offices I visited exceeded healthy levels of CO2 during the workday. This was true in rooms with and without air conditioning. I even measured over 2,500 parts per million in a meeting of the SMBSD school board in our boardroom, an unsafe level. The only times I measured acceptable CO2 levels under 800 parts per million were vacant rooms and rooms with many open doors and windows. What does this tell us? This is not a thorough scientific study. These are observations that require further inquiry. It appears, however, that the air in many of our rooms isn't going anywhere. Our air systems vary in method and effectiveness. Many of them simply circulate the same air rather than bringing in new air at a sufficient rate to dilute the presence of toxins, gases, or other particles in the room, such as viruses. We need SMBSD to take ventilation very seriously for the safety of all. We need to ensure that every classroom has windows that can be easily and safely opened. We need to ensure that air systems are not simply cycling the same polluted air. While we start the school year with distance learning, this would be a great opportunity to seriously tackle these fundamental health infrastructure shortcomings. This is from Danielle Alvarez from Montevero School. SMBSD board members, as you move forward with decisions tonight regarding the safety of students and staff, I request that you consider giving the teachers the choice to work from home or school sites. Recommendations from the CDC cannot be followed at sites with large staff, shared classrooms, shared instructional materials, limited bathrooms, and one-day custodian. Moreover, splitting up teachers who share classrooms would not be fair. Some classrooms and workrooms have air conditioning and proper ventilation, some do not. I've always felt valued as a professional SMBSD. I hope that teachers are given the opportunity to work from home during contract hours and stay safe and healthy enough to return to campus when children are allowed to do the same. This is from Jacqueline Passmore. Dear members of the board, my name is Jacqueline Passmore. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Ontiveros Elementary School. My 10-year-old daughter has a compromised immune system. She has type 1 diabetes and a second immune disorder. Her immunoglobulin A and G levels have been tested extremely low, which means she has no immune system. We have an appointment with an immunology specialist at Children's Hospital in Los Angeles on August 18th. Her pediatric endocrinologist and regular pediatrician have ordered her and our whole family to self-quarantine. We have been in home isolation since March. I'm very concerned about the possibility of returning to my classroom for distance learning. I share a classroom with my kindergartner partner teacher. She will have a student teacher this fall. She has an instructional assistant. I have an instructional assistant. Returning to my classroom would mean sharing a small space and curriculum materials with 4 other adults. I have not spent any time near anyone who doesn't live in my household in nearly 5 months. I am scared to share a small space with so many others. I do not feel comfortable returning to campus unless I would be given my own teaching space and my own curriculum materials. On our campus, there is a computer lab, a book room, and a library that will not be in use. If one of those spaces could be made available to me or my kindergartner partner teacher, I would feel more comfortable with returning to my school campus to teach remotely. Otherwise, I would like the choice to stay at home where I won't be exposed to other adults in a close space. I feel that not only sharing a classroom and teaching materials put my daughter at grave risk, it goes against the governor's orders to socially distance from adults and to not share materials. Please consider the health and safety of not only our SMBSD students and staff members, but also my immune fragile 10-year-old daughter when making a decision about requiring teachers to return to campuses. Thank you for your consideration. Jacqueline Passmore. The next communication is from Aaron Saucedo to the board. I was very happy to hear that we will continue long distance learning for fall. I believe this will keep our staff, students, and community safe and healthy. On that note, please give teachers the flexibility to work from home or from the classroom. Many of us have children and health issues that will make it difficult to solely work from school. Others prefer to work at school for various reasons. I believe that if teachers have the decision, we will be more focused on teaching our students rather than worrying about being mandated to work from home or our classroom. I would also like to point out that not only will we be keeping ourselves and community healthier by having an option, but also the district will be saving money. If there's only a limited amount of staff on site, then electricity costs will go down and so will sanitation costs. Please keep in mind that pre-K through kindergarten share rooms. Our rooms are not properly ventilated, so social distancing will not be as effective. I also believe that if parents see all teachers on campus, they might become frustrated because they are not allowed to send their children to school. Giving teachers the option to work from home or from their classroom will show that you respect us and that you care about our health and well-being. We want to work hard for our students, and we will do our best knowing the district is confident in our ability to do our jobs comfortably and safely. Thank you, Aaron Saucedo. And I think there are a couple more. From Julie Mormon, dear honorable board members, thank you for listening to our concerns and working towards a safe return to the 2020-21 school year. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the board of those with invisible illnesses. This category includes staff of all ages, genders, and races who have been diagnosed with at least one serious condition. Before COVID-19, teachers and other employees undergoing chemotherapy, those with primary immunodeficiencies, people taking immunosuppressants to control autoimmune diseases, those with COPD, lung fibrosis, and other pulmonary complications, to mention just a few invisible illnesses, were able to work closely with their medical team and do their jobs without any significant health risks. Many of these people chose not to reveal their illnesses to their colleagues or district as it did not impact their ability to work and could change how they are perceived by others. It is important to note that a significant percentage of these employees are the major provider of income and insurance for their children. Any loss in employment would be emotionally and financially devastating for them and their families. The board and district can adopt an approach that will allow those with invisible illnesses to continue to safely and effectively do their jobs during the current COVID-19 pandemic. Here are some of the measures to be considered. 1, allow teachers the option of working from home while we are under mandated distance learning due to uncontrolled community spread. Risks from being in the classroom include exposure to shared spaces such as restrooms, air that circulates between classrooms, and contact with other faculty members. In order to increase safety in a classroom environment, people in this category would have to conduct Zoom and other online meetings with a mask on, which would severely hinder the effectiveness of the lesson. Note, even though I was told I have a closed air system, I know that some air does circulate between rooms as odors enter the room via ducts from neighboring classrooms. I assume it may be the same in many district classrooms. 2, do not require teachers to meet with new students and family during the beginning of the school year. While every teacher knows the value of this, it poses a great risk to those with invisible illnesses during uncontrolled community spread. Technology can be used to breach the gap. 3, allow teachers to volunteer to pass out materials at the start of the school year to choose another equitable activity that does not require contact with the community. Thank you for accommodating teachers and allowing us to focus on what matters most, our students' educational needs. Sincerely, Julie Mormon, El Camino Junior High. The following is from Jen Evans, I'm a fifth grade teacher at Taylor. I agree with the state's recent decision for distance learning in our county. I do, however, have a few concerns regarding implementation. One, I was one of the teachers that requested access to my classroom in the coming school year. My supplies are at school. I have limited space at home and limited internet access. However, I believe that teachers should have the choice about whether they choose to work in the rooms or remotely. Like many other teachers in my district, I have a young child. She is 7 and cannot be left at home alone. I'm required to work from my classroom. I must be allowed to bring her with me or I will have to stay at home with her. 2, safety concerns at school. If teachers, aides, translators, etc. are all required to be on campus, we will be sharing a limited number of available restrooms. My windows do not open in my classroom. Air is shared and circulated through the building. All of these factors increase the risk of the spread of disease. In Arizona recently, 3 teachers shared a classroom to teach summer school distantly. All 3 teachers practiced social distancing and wore masks, but all of them contracted COVID and one of them died. 3, everyone is focused on the death rates from COVID. It's not just the death rates that are of concern. My cousin caught COVID in Iowa and has been in the hospital over 3 months. She's currently working on rehab before she can go home. She was on a ventilator. There are many long-term health effects that we don't even know about yet. They say that children haven't been greatly affected, but we've been keeping our kids at home. What will happen when they experience increased exposure at school? 4, there has been talk about a meet and greet with parents, students, and teachers. I believe I can relay all necessary information via video, and it is irresponsible to suggest hosting such an event in person at this time. I do not need to be present to pass out materials, and I can make necessary materials available to students online. We do not need to begin the school year of distance learning with an event which would exacerbate the problem. Also, many of the parents' questions have to do with technology. I am not part of the IT department, nor do I have the knowledge or expertise to adequately address these types of concerns. Maslow laid out his hierarchy of human needs very clearly. This is a tenet of teacher education. We must meet physical needs and issues of safety before other needs can be addressed. This is established and widely accepted educational theory. Thank you, Jen Evans. And this is from Kimberly Pine. Hello and thank you for your time and effort during this very challenging time. I am writing in regards to the decision of whether teachers will be required to teach from their classrooms. This is quite the hot topic on local social media. I hope others have taken the time to express their opinion as well. Overwhelmingly, teachers are asking for flexibility and options when it comes to the decision to work from home in their classrooms. Some areas of concern for requiring in-class only, childcare, shared staff rooms, high-risk staff, family members, lack of proper ventilation, possible spread through AC. Some areas of concern for requiring from home only, inadequate internet, inadequate technology, lack of materials, lack of space, distractions. Those are partial lists, and of course there are many more, and of course none of the lists apply to everyone, which is why I encourage the district to offer the option for teachers to do either or a combination of both. I understand teacher accountability would be an issue, but I'm hoping a solution could be found to provide adequate accountability so our students will be receiving high quality education they deserve, regardless of the location of their teacher. And again, there were others that were submitted prior to the posting of the agenda that mostly requested the distance learning. Those are included in your packet, but for the sake of time, since that decision's been made, I won't read those at this point. So with that, I'm going to take a drink of water.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And would you like to take a adjourn? Mr. Holland, can we adjourn just for just a few minutes before we move?
Let's take a, before we go full bore after all that. Yeah, 5 minute adjourn, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So this could be like WKRP in Cincinnati, and I could be Johnny Fever and say, and we're back. You know, radio shows.
Go for it.
Yeah, I know I'm dating myself, aren't I? I love that show.
WKRP. I used to watch it.
Yeah. We used to see Gordon jump in our favorite Italian restaurant down the street from our college. Anyways, I digress. We're back.
And we are back. And so I appreciate you allowing me to read the comments in. Because again, as this is a work in progress, I'm going to ask Melissa, and then Matt will join in to review the elements of the plan. Because again, what is required for us, regardless of how we open, is this self-attestation from the county that we are meeting, that we have provisions for meeting the requirements that are included in the COVID reopening guidelines for all industry, but specific, in our instance, specific to schools. And so those issues are articulated. We'll go through them. We're required to have the approval by the board in order to file that. And then we will file our reopening, our reentry plan. Because again, it's not something that's set in stone. As conditions change, we're going to need to adjust. With the county office, the county offices are retaining the copies of plans across the state in a way to organize and share. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Melissa and ask her to share her screen to walk through the overview of the reentry itself.
Yep, I'm good. Okay. So in alignment with what was said earlier about 7 times, some of which what I'm going to share tonight we've heard already from earlier conversations, but it's still all important to hear repeatedly. So of course, good evening to our board members, superintendent, and the many folks watching from home. I think there's over 300 now. A month ago, we shared our first blush at a reopening design and some of the current work that had been developed. Now we are here 4 weeks later and have learned so much more to inform our re-entry plan. As school never closed, only our buildings did. Tonight's re-entry and safety plan will be shared with you with the same disclaimer of, this is a fluid document. What we can guarantee you is that things in it will change. Everything discussed tonight is based on what we currently know and has the strong possibility of shifting as new information arises. This is our bottom line as well. Every decision is made with the delicate balancing act of ensuring rigorous instruction and learning with the delicate and warmth of the health and safety of all of our leaders, our teachers, our classified staff, our students, and our families. To quote Governor Newsom, learning is non-negotiable. The virus will be with us for a year or more, and school districts must provide meaningful instruction in the midst of this pandemic. In California, health data will determine when a school can be physically open and when it must close, but learning should never stop. Students, staff, and parents all prefer in-classroom instruction, but only if it can be done safely. Our non-negotiable is to have all students realize our vision of student success, whether in distance learning or face-to-face. This is our commitment. What we know for sure in our current context is that there is no true right answer. We read, we study, we calibrate, we collaborate, we get feedback, and we collectively make the best decision with the current information that we have. These are just some of the ways in which we have sought guidance in this ever-changing landscape. We will continue to listen to CDE and public health for ongoing guidance moving forward. In the past 6 weeks, we have spent a great deal of time gathering feedback from various stakeholder groups. I'll review the internal feedback, and then the superintendent will review a little bit of the external feedback loops that we've been engaged in. The new feedback since the last board meeting on the 24th has been a teacher survey that went out. We received over 550 responses. We appreciate them filling it out. There was a lot of open-ended, and we read every single solitary word that was put in. Over 100 teachers participated in work groups to create common scheduling options for preschool, TKK, 1 through 3, 4 through 6, junior high, and SDC, right? It's so complex. Each of those groups also came up with multiple options for different schedules for distance learning, but really the heavy lift is that blended learning model, right? That's like the really difficult one that was quite complex. A student survey was also sent out to our teachers around engagement software, and we received a few hundred responses on that as well. And then another parent survey was just sent out Monday night, and we already have over 2,500 responses. And then again, Luke, if you want to speak a little bit to some of our external feedback loops with Superintendent Network and the local district group, I know you already touched on.
Yeah, I alluded to this in the overview, but in keeping pace with all those outside entities and the recommendations that Melissa alluded to on the previous screen, we've been meeting weekly as a county superintendent's group with a representative from the Santa Barbara County Department of Public Health. And as these, particularly the public health issues are of primary concern. So as these requirements were revealed through the state superintendent's press conference on Monday, there are some that are still remain to be defined. One of them was surveillance testing for all school employees, that schools would be required to test all employees over a 2-month period. And that is the response we got from public health is that's regardless of format, whether at home or at or blended learning or face-to-face or distance learning, because the state is trying to capture some of this data as well. And so there are further articulations that have come out. And as I mentioned before, I got an email while I'm sitting here. I haven't had a chance to read it yet from public health on here's how we're interpreting those requirements. So that's a weekly basis meeting that we're in. Also weekly, I meet with the area superintendents from the high school district, from Guadalupe, from Orchid. We've now included Santa Ynez High School District because there's as a single high school district, they need to network with another high school around how they're addressing issues. So just trying to spread out that network. And then finally, we meet every Friday with leadership groups of Guadalupe, Orchid, High School District, Santa Maria Bonita, and we've now included Santa Ynez as well, just around how do we build those common platforms, knowing that the issues that are affecting one community are similar in other communities as well. So we're continuing to try and broaden our understanding of what's happening on a much larger scale.
So in looking for so much feedback, we want to know what were the trends? What did we learn from the feedback? The overarching thing that we learned are people are scared. I don't think we needed feedback loops to know that. We're all scared. This is not anything that any of us have ever experienced or lived through or signed up for, right? And so a lot of fear in from students, from parents, from staff, from teachers. Of course, people are scared. And because there's not clear answers and because answers shift so much, there is a lot of fear out there. And so that's just, I don't want to walk by. That's an overall theme that, again, is kind of an obvious one, but I also think it's really important just to say that folks are, we're nervous, and that's everyone. But let's talk specifically to the feedback that we received. If it's on here, it means that multiple people put it, not one, not three, but multiple trends, right, is what we pulled up. So for parents, there was an overwhelming desire to have in-person instruction, of course. They find distance learning challenging because of their work schedules, so they're not able to be home with their children. Access to resources and familiarity with and variety of learning platforms they find frustrating. They trust Santa Maria Bonita to make decisions that will keep their children safe. That was a huge theme, and I think something that this board should really hear, that our parents trust you and trust the decisions that are made from this district, which is, great in a time where we know people are scared. They're grateful for the amount of outreach that we're doing to families and doing with our families. They express concerns about the effect of distance learning on the social emotional well-being of their children. They have a desire for one platform for all of their children. They express that students need more direct contact with teachers. That really is in alignment with, they prefer face-to-face instruction, of course. Almost all prefer text communication. That's important for teachers and for all of us to know. There's a need for parent education regarding technology and student sign-in procedures, passwords, those kinds of things. What that tells us is they don't know what we already have available. We have so many training videos already out there that are in Mixteco, they're in Spanish, they're in English, that are there to support our parents. And so that tells us we just need to do even more of them and an even better job communicating those. Over half are very or extremely concerned with their child's academic progress. There's an inability to connect with teachers because our parents are essential workers and they're not home during the day with their children, so they're not able to connect. And then there's a request for workbooks and paper resources. They want something tangible for their kids to be working on. Staff, so this is teachers, a little bit of classified staff, and some administrators, but the bulk is our teaching staff. Many expressed the desire to start the year in distance learning. Done. Many are concerned about the health and safety of a family member and themselves, of course. A strong desire to align schedules to local districts. A desire, flexibility in scheduling, you heard that. Variety of platforms wanted, whether it be Seesaw, Google Classroom, Hypara, there was a lot that differences there. Parents having training to support distance learning, lots of requests for, and lots of examples for the kinds of things that we could do to support parents. This instructional assistance to receive professional development regarding technology, that came out of the springtime, and it also came out of summer school. So we know that we need to do even more work there. We know that right now we have over 500 teachers that are engaged in Google Professional Learning this summer and over 200 classified staff. So in that 200 classified staff, some are instructional assistants as well, as far as office managers. There's all kinds of folks in there really honing up those skills. This was probably the largest trend, was the concerns on protocols, really. Like, what are the protocols? What will be the process of temperature checks, wearing masks? What if kids refuse? What if they don't have it, right? Just a plethora of questions around that. What does testing look like? What does the tracing look like? Are there hand washing stations, restrooms? And the list goes on, but I think you get a sense, of course, of all of those protocols. And that was a really big concern. A request for consistent schedules, a desire, there's a chunk of teachers that have a large desire to have special ed students in face-to-face instruction through most of the models, that there are a group of students that really struggle from the distance learning and struggle with the technology, and they already have a small amount of kids in their class and are wondering what the options on that are. I think the email that the superintendent got might be telling us what that looks like. You heard tonight there are some concerns, of course, regarding childcare and teaching their own children in distance learning. And then a lot of feedback around student engagement and accountability. We believe some of that will be helped this year with, no one's harmless now. We're getting graded and, those kinds of things. But still, student engagement when you're not face-to-face is a challenge. And so that was a large trend from our teachers. And then our students, again, we had over 500 students already give feedback, and those are still coming in. So we'll keep, updating you. But so far the trends are they'd like more time with their teachers. They miss their teachers. They want more of that time with them. They use Zoom and Google Classroom the most to connect with their teachers. They want to return to school. They miss their friends. So many of them put that, just hurts our hearts. They expressed that distance learning was more difficult than in-person instruction. They need earbuds because there's lots of distractions in the home environment. Sidebar, we've ordered those for all kids. More than 25% report that there's no one to help them with their schoolwork. They would like more books and workbooks to assist them with distance learning. So we know that's a need. Over half reported receiving school lunch. Many students don't know their passwords or struggled with kind of those elementary pieces of logging in and those kinds of things that doesn't take IT to know, but it's just things that we could support them with. And then many report needing a quiet place to work. So that's the feedback from our folks from our stakeholders. So on July 17th, Governor Newsom laid out the pandemic plan for learning in safe schools. The plan centers on rigorous instruction for students, even when schools are physically closed. The governor's plan centers in 5 key areas. The first is safe in-person school based on local health data. That means we have to follow the requirements that we've already talked about. I'll talk about them a little bit again. Strong mask requirements for anyone in the school. And now we know that those are now required in California. So again, that's why the things in the plan adjust, because things shift daily. There's physical distancing requirements and other adaptations. There's regular testing and dedicated contract tracing for outbreaks at schools. That was new information on Friday. So we're definitely getting more information on what that looks like for staff moving forward. And then the rigorous distance learning. They have not let up on that. In fact, they've gotten deeper into what that looks and sounds like. So knowing that over the course of the pandemic, most schools will likely face physical closure at some point due to COVID-19, like we currently are, the legislature and Governor Newsom enacted a budget that provided $5.3 billion in additional funding to support learning, and then set requirements to ensure schools provide rigorous and grade-appropriate instruction. Under newly enacted state law, school districts are required to provide devices and connectivity so that every child can participate in distance learning, daily live interaction for every child with teachers or other students, attendance taken daily. LEAs must develop a written procedures for re-engaging students who are absent from distance learning for more than 3 days or 60% of the instructional days during the week. We must have class assignments that are challenging and equivalent to in-person instruction, targeted supports and interventions for English learners, students with special education needs, foster and homeless students, and an ongoing assessment to provide and include providing students with grades. Whoops. The Governor Newsom and State Superintendent Thurmond are clear. The distance learning of last spring is not the distance learning of this fall. These are statewide expectations to ensure that students are receiving rigorous instruction and that learning continues. Our focus on challenging content and effective Tier 1 instruction will remain our focus, no matter the instructional mode of learning. We brought up earlier AB 77, the trailer bill. And so again, this really gave us more clarity around the amount of minutes we needed to have each day, and that we had to have 180 days of instruction. So we can't say, we can't do things like kids will just start in November while we get things organized. We'd appreciate more time. However, the requirements are we must have 180 days of instruction. We also didn't have this, guidance 4 weeks ago. So we were looking at models that were like kids come in the morning, the other half comes in the afternoon. We were looking at any type of model you can possibly conceive. But then when this came out, those things began to shape and we weren't able to do a lot of the models, which is why most districts are landing on very similar models because of the requirements here. There's only so many ways you can do it. So the minimum school day, it's 180 minutes for our kinders, 230 for 1 to 3, and then 240 for 4th through 12th. All of the schedules that were built in collaboration with teachers were built around the 180 and the 240. And then again, it talks about what those instructional minutes need to look like. So for in-person instruction, it's what we're used to. The instructional minutes will be based on the time scheduled under the immediate physical supervision and control of a documented LEA certificated employee. The distance learning piece is the one we're most concerned with now because that's the one we're starting with. So for distance learning, instructional time shall be based on the time value of assignments as determined and certified to by a documented LEA certificated employee. So what that means is the expectation isn't that that a teacher isn't sitting there on a Zoom with their students for 6.5 hours, right? And that we're on Zoom the whole day and I'm teaching and they're learning. That would be very difficult for adults, let alone students. But what it means is what the kids are doing in the day has to be equivalent to the learning that they would get in person. And so it could be they're doing some independent work where they're not on a Zoom. It could be that they're in small group instruction with an instructional aide, with a coach, it could be an RSP teacher, but that's really was the work of the teachers to create those schedules. And what would a student's schedule look like so that we were meeting this criteria, but also they weren't sitting in front of a Zoom for 6.5 hours, right? And then again, that really, the tricky one is that third one, that combined day of what that has to look like. And basically what it's saying is it's exactly that. It has to be a combination of that, but it still has to equal the equivalent of what the face-to-face would be. So we know that we're starting in distance learning. The question is always, what's the criteria to get back to, to having kids in our schools, to re-entry? What we know is our kids are coming. At some point, our kids will be back. What we also know is we're not going to end on a Friday in distance learning and on Monday put up balloon arches and 1,000 kids show up. That will never be the case. We know that we will have some kind of blended model in between, right? And so when will we be able to start that? So schools and school districts, they may reopen for in-person instruction at any time if they're not on that county watch list, right? Unfortunately, we are on the county watch list. If you're on the county watch list within 14 days, then you have to be in distance learning, right? So what that means is we have to be off the list for 14 consecutive days to be considered to have reentry for students. Once we're off that list for 14 consecutive days, then the following things must happen. There has to be a cleaning and disinfection to happen. There has to be a public health investigation and then consultation with local public health departments. So that's the criteria for us to have re-entry of students coming back onto our campuses.
Who does the public health inspection?
That's still being determined by public health. Is this, again, this
Great
is
question.
brand new.
And consultation with local public health department, because if the whole county is on distance learning, how does, on day 14, do they start going around checking every single school, and how long might that take?
And then we have schools that are applying for waivers, right? And we're not one of those counties or districts that are applying for waivers. That's also a whole nother criteria that is still lightly outlined at this point. So we'll continue to wait for direction on what this will look like in practicality.
So there's the possibility that we'll get like some of the districts that Ms. Contreras talked about that are smaller.
Right.
Or that there are different parts of one county where the COVID load and the load on the medical infrastructure there may not be nearly what it is in another part of the county. So do I interpret that?
But I mean, just within, the local area between Guadalupe, Santa Maria Elementary, a high school district, and Orcutt, I mean, that's probably a minimum of 2 days if there are multiple people checking.
And that's part of, as we go through some of the elements in the self-attestation process, there is a person identified at the district to be the point. County Public Health doesn't really have a strategy for this yet, because to John's point, we were on that conference call yesterday, and this topic of waivers did come up with some of those smaller schools that have the room to social distance their small numbers. The comment we got from the representative of public health was that the county health officials at this point, based on the data, aren't comfortable reinforcing anyone's request for a waiver right now. And part of it is doing exactly what you determined, Linda, or described. They've got to have a protocol for evaluating. And it just doesn't exist at this point,
And resources.
and the resources.
Resources, people and.
Well, and I know one of the things, you know, that the local government has been struggling with because of privacy is they're not willing to identify, except in very general terms, where COVID cases are. So you can't adjust to, and you know, either enforcement or provide the support and assistance. It's a very, not a good situation.
Not at this point, no.
Right, but in order to make it, a healthier situation and towards that public health part of the pandemic is you're going to have less of that privacy. You're going to have to be able to trace. You're going to have to be able to find where those things are.
Well,
Otherwise, it's not going to be safe to do any of this.
That's my personal feeling, you know, and my common sense says, if you don't know where it's happening, how can you address the spread of it, you know, the contact issues? How do you isolate and provide, you know, what they want us, not only as the school, but, you know, to provide a hotel room for someone to self-isolate if they live in a house with 15 people. So it's a very complex issue. Excuse me.
Really, my next sentence is literally, this is a public health issue. It's a public health issue. And I'm going to do my PSA. The sooner everyone in the community practices social distancing, wears masks, and we can lower the local numbers, the sooner our kiddos can come back to school. It's the bottom line. So tonight is really to review our school reentry and safety plan, although much of what I've been saying is straight out of the plan. It just wasn't flipping page by page for you. What I've done is just put the table of contents up here, and I'm just going to do a quick overview of that instead of pulling it up and going page by page. It's available online for anyone who's watching remotely. But I want to just kind of go through the big chunks here that are in the plan. So it starts with really an introduction and intent, and that's really just creating context for COVID-19. Like, what is our current reality? Like, why are we writing these plans? What is the current context? Then there's some planning assumptions, which has been the theme of tonight, which is know that things are going to change. It is ever changing, and know that, make some assumptions that things will change as we move forward and learn more. The desired state of reopening section is really just talking about, by the time we reopen, here's the things that will be in place. We will have resources financially in place to support us moving forward. We'll have, I think we have things in there like we'll have a parent resource manual in place. We'll have, it's just at the state of opening, here's the things that will be in place. And it's really some pretty general things because we have so much in place already, which we'll talk about. The transitioning students to and from home is really just reminding folks about this isn't common cold, that if your child is ill, if they have symptoms, if they have a temperature, you need to leave them at home, right? And what that looks like. And so this is a public document. So it's not just for the board, it's for our parents, it's for our community. And so we want to put those things in there, as all of our county schools did. Most of our plans look quite similar because we wanted to have the same kind of messaging for our community. The next section, again, is about what families can expect. This is just giving them some little bit cutesy about temperature checks, and kids would need to social distance. When we get to the point where kids are on buses, what that might look like in very simple terms at this point. The access to technology for us, this one's good because we're one-to-one district. And there's a little bit of information there if you're a parent or community member. The really deeper part around technology is later in the plan, what we're doing with that. Priorities for returning is really just making a declaration to our community that we care about the social and emotional well-being of our students and staff. We recognize that we have to look at that, as well as looking at the balance of the learning that our students need to have and how important that is, that we're going to take both of those into consideration. We felt the need that we wanted to just declare that and have that in there, that that's a priority for us. And that, again, we're not going away from the priority of the equity and access and the digital divide that could be going on for our students, and that we have to eradicate that we have to address that head on and not let our kids fall behind, right? Teaching and learning, that section is really, it has links to the website where I heard some comments earlier where all the training videos are, and professional learning is in there, links for teachers to support them. There's links for students and parents. And so that link is in that section. Talks a little bit about just the things that we use adopted curriculum, we're using a common platform. Those kinds of things are written into that section. It talks a little bit about our instructional plan, but of course later it goes deeper into that. Then we go into the plan, into the phases, and I'll talk about those on an upcoming slide. We do have to call out what we're doing for state preschool. That's part of the plan. And so we do write up what we will be doing with preschool. We worked with preschool teachers, of course, and our leads of preschool, Raquel and Jennifer, and they did great work there. And then this next section is really the meat and potatoes of that health and safety piece, that attestation that we needed to do around school-based programs. Mr. Beecher will really speak to that. And then there's just a few things in our appendix. One about the screening flow chart. That's right from California Teachers Association. Everyone, that's a great screening flow chart that you'll, if you haven't already looked at it, it's really good. Then we have to put in our plan how we're going to teach kids about hygiene and specific strategies on that. So we just included it in our appendix, and as all of our county districts did, I believe, so that it would we would all have it there. And then our new head of food services, Carlos, put together our food service feeding options. And again, we didn't have to have that as part of the plan, but one of the things that's called out is nutrition and how we're going to feed our kids. With a district our size, you betcha we're going to have a plan and have that in here. Again, it's going to have some nuances as we move forward, but that's that last piece. And we wanted to include that in there. So let's look at some of the big pieces of the plan. I know that the board, you got this yesterday, so I know many of you have looked at it. I saw you in there. But I'll just look at some of the bigger pieces. This is really that, this big piece. When I came to you 4 weeks ago, not knowing as much as we know now, we had 3 phases, but we're going to be more positive and have 4 phases, because that 4th phase is that kind of pre-COVID phase, which is really what we're striving for, is that regular school, traditional model, all students attending every day on a regular schedule. We don't want to exclude that from our phases, because that's what we're aiming for. Our phases might look a little different than the last time, because we have aligned them to the county phases, which those weren't in print 4 weeks ago, but now they are. So we've all aligned them to that. That 3rd phase is really that traditional phase, which is all kids are back on campus and we are not doing large assemblies. Kids would be still socially distancing, but it wouldn't be the strict 6 feet. It would just be really watching health and safety. It was where we started before we went into school closure, building closure, sorry. But that would be the traditional. And again, we say staggered because we still don't quite know what busing would look like at that point, especially at like a Arianas Junior High or a Bonita, like how many kids we could get on a bus and what that would look like. So kids might have some staggered schedules on that one. But again, that one's a little far down the line. So we'll be working on that. Phase 2 is that blended learning model. We know that's the one we're working towards, is that reentry of our students. Again, I will continue to repeat, this is the most difficult model to design, right? To design this model is very difficult. This would be the 6 feet apart, social distancing, students wearing masks. We can't have large groups of kids. We would need to cohort kids on the campus, not sharing of materials. We would have to section off places on the yard for them to go, to play, to eat, those kinds of things. We also would be splitting them up. A big conversation we've been having with our local districts. You can imagine the logistical nightmare of, it sounds easy to say A and B. We'll split our kids up A and B. We'll do it by alpha. Great, but kids live in apartment complexes all together and they don't align to alpha. We also have A and B where high school students that don't align to what we're putting together. We also have, let's say it was an even split by alpha. It doesn't mean it would be an even split K through 6th grade. Because if you're trying to get half the kids and you go by alpha, it's a rabbit hole. And so again, that's one of those things that it's a work in progress, and it is a struggle for all districts. Everyone's trying to figure that out and run the numbers, which is what we're doing. We're trying every possible way to split kids up, thinking about neighborhoods, thinking about alpha, thinking about, of course, families would have opportunities to say, ooh, I need to be an A because daycare is A, those kinds of things. But really thinking about what those would look like and then running the numbers on it and seeing how does that then land so that we don't have maybe a 5th grade at a school with 20 kids and then on the B track day they have 6. Like we've got to figure that out. So that one is tricky at best. When we first came to you a month ago, the model that we had kind of framed around was 1 week on, 1 week off for students. And we put it out there because the model, it didn't matter. And so we put it out to teachers. Would you prefer the 1 week off, 1 week on, or 2 days each week? Have them 2 days of A, 2 days of B with a day of distance learning in there. Would you prefer that one? And 82% of our teachers preferred the AB, where they saw all kids every week, which was great. It was really great because that's what our local districts all landed on as well. We were all leaning towards one, and then we all kind of went the other way. When we surveyed our teachers, so I do want this publicly noted, when we surveyed our teachers, we said with a Wednesday day off in between, it made sense to us to have A's on Monday, Tuesday, B's on Thursday, Friday, and have the day in the middle be off. And so they created schedules around that, and their thinking was around that, which we appreciate that. When we went back with our neighborhood districts, they all had landed on Monday as being the distance learning day, because as now we're looking at the criteria to get off of the watch list, it might be a minute before we're into a blended learning model, and there might be too many Mondays that the A kids would miss. And so they wanted that as a distance learning day. And then also, and some of our teachers had said this too in the feedback, but it wasn't an option, so they were more written in, that then that becomes a really good planning day, kind of start your week off planning and those kinds of things. So we did adjust ours to be Monday because it's critical that our families have the same day off, especially when so many of the high school kids would be helping our little guys. And so we did make that shift. But again, that schedule we're a minute from that. And so it could shift 2 to 3 more times once we get more teacher feedback. Once we're in the thick of it, we're going to learn more from others. And so that might shift. So the phase that we know that we are starting in is the distance learning phase. All students will be engaged in distance learning. There might be opportunities. That's definitely the question out there. We want to be transparent about that. There are districts asking for, can special ed students come in and have face-to-face? Can small groups of our newcomers come in and have face-to-face if they're socially distanced? And we can bring them into the gym, we can bring them in the cafeteria, there's plenty of room. And County Health is getting back to us on that. There's also questions about assessments. Districts right now that are on these watch lists are assessing for LPAC and things like that. And so, or special ed assessments. And so we know that those things are happening, but we want to know what those will look like in our district. And then of course, we've continued to say the first 2 to 4 weeks would be in a parent teacher conference style schedule. That's how we've always said it. I don't know what that looks like. We haven't developed it yet, but what we know is we have to have some kind of contact with parents to start the year. They don't know their teachers. When you think about our little list guys, if you're in preschool, TK kindergarten, it might be their very first time out of school or, meeting their teacher. We have a brand new school So none of those children have ever been to that school. I know the board, I just lost the entire board if you're at home. I think they forgot that, but we have an entire school that they've never been to that school. And so we have to have some kind of way that we're connecting with our families. One of the biggest call outs that we got in the spring was that students and parents didn't really understand the expectations of distance learning. And so we have to have a moment where we're saying, here's the expectations of your student. We have Zoom etiquette. We need you to follow it. Wear a shirt. You know, there's some minimum requirements. You know, turn your camera on. That seems silly, but boy, we definitely heard from teachers that's a struggle. I sat in many a classroom that you couldn't get, especially at some of our older kids, you couldn't get them to turn those cameras on, right? And so to really get parent support and student understanding that these are expectations and that you are held accountable and that this is what we need to do. So we have to have some way that we're connecting with kids and families at the beginning of the year so that they know that this is a regular school year. And so what that looks like, I don't know. We're gonna figure that out. We're gonna design that. Now that we know that this is how we're opening, we'll move forward with that. But what I do know is that we wouldn't do that without stakeholder feedback, right? So this next section that is in there, the links are not live yet online, but I'm going to show you a few just so that anyone watching knows the amount of work that's gone into planning for whatever model that we're in. We have been planning for this, and it's no joke, 24/7 of all the possibilities. And it goes back to that reading, researching, working with other districts, really trying to figure out what's the best way to do this. And so I want to just share a few with you. What we did is, these are some general areas that you have to think about when you're, right, when you're instructing kids, when you're opening classrooms, when you're teaching. And so what we did is we had folks, I'll do English learners, since that one's come up. We had a team of folks that worked on what would we do to support English learners in phases 1 through 3, because remember phase 4 is just that kind of pre-COVID. But what would we do to support English learners if we were in distance learning? What would we do if we were in blended learning? What would we do if we were in traditional staggered? And it goes through and really calls out all the things that we would do to support English learners. I'll show you another one. Oops. See, I was so quick there on the slide. There we go. Oh, is it not coming up? Oh, really? That felt like a Zoom Google move. I was going to quickly go through these. Special education, we definitely got feedback that folks thought we weren't thinking about special education. We have a team of folks that have been working on it quite a bit, really working with our county, our SELPA directors, other counties, statewide, figuring out what are the best ways to support our most vulnerable youth. And so lots of thinking has gone into this. I would be remiss if I didn't say anything I'm showing you right now is draft. Everything's draft. This is best thinking right now. Doesn't mean it's doable, doesn't mean we're gonna do it. It just means this is really best thinking that we have right now. I've really lost it now, everybody. Okay, I'm just going to open it back up. Let's pretend that I don't have 8 things open.
Write in the chat the TW and prior written notice.
Where's that at? Yes. That font is small. Okay. Let me show you, and then something like parent communications. This one doesn't really change depending on the mode that we're in, but we know that there's a lot of things we need to do just with our parents. We have a lot of things in place already. We've got a ton of videos that we've made for parents right away. We've got more videos that we want to make. We've got more communications that we want to do with them. We're definitely getting their feedback on what it is they need and how we can help them do it. One of the things that we're looking forward to, and I think it came up in some of the comments made tonight, and rightly so, was caregivers. You know, spring happened on us really quickly, and it was everything everyone could do to support, you know, our parents, but caregivers is a huge piece of this puzzle. And so Tammy and team have really been thinking about, how do we do training videos for caregivers? How do we reach them? How do we find out who they are? How do we support them in a different way this year than we were able to do in the spring, now that we know? And so that's another one. So the point of this is that each one of these has a very deep amount of learning and work that's been done underneath that. But again, they're dynamic as we continue building them all out with stakeholder feedback, and again, with the learning that we'll have. But know that all of that is going on. And then, again, I just want to talk about all of it. Materials, that was also a big call out from teachers, and know that we're placing as large of orders as we can with the rest of California and everywhere else to get as many supplies as we can here, because I was a teacher and a hoarder. And like when I heard kids can't share materials, I was like, how would I get that? Like, how would I have individual materials for every single student? And so we're trying to really have the bulk of that at the district level. How much can we order? How much can we get, so that teachers don't have to worry about things like additional materials and things like that when it comes to blended learning. We're also making a big purchase for distance learning, so that kids can have whiteboards that they're writing on. They can have earbuds. They can have, like, you know, we reached out to folks and asked them, what do kids need? We also asked the kids, what do you need? We asked parents, what do they need at home? So know that those things are also in the works. So of course, we've said multiple times, we're in distance learning, but we're always planning and working towards student reentry. We know that we have planning to do. And so this is just it would just not be real if I said this was the only things that we need to do, but these are some biggies. We have to develop school-wide systems and structures at each of our sites. There is not a one-size-fits-all, nor do we want our teachers to believe there's a one-size-fits-all. When you hear you have to do temperature checks at a school, what that looks like at Adam is very different than what it looks like at TK, right? And so we've got to have teachers and leaders working together to walk schools and say, socially appropriately wearing masks, to say, what are our traffic patterns here? How would we safely have parents enter? Where would we do temperature checks? How would students interact on the playground? What would that look like? What would we need to put up? Is it cones? Would we burn the lawn? There's so many things that need to be thought through at a school site that cannot be one size fits all. And in order, I think about, for me to feel safe having reentry of students and more people there, I want to be in on the conversation of what that looks like. And so we have to have people's feedback on that. A huge call out from teachers, rightly so, is they need time to prepare their classrooms for social distancing. And so we'll have that time now for them to do that. We need a design for the distance learning part of the blended learning model. We can't expect a teacher to be teaching all day long and monitoring, managing the distance learning portion of their kids, although some teachers were very clear that they don't want anyone else doing that. They want to do it themselves, but of course. But we know that there has to be a good design there. I appreciated one teacher said, whew, that's the $1 million question. Glad I don't really have to answer it. Because it is, that's a biggie, which is why that blended learning model is really tough. And so, but we've got a minute now to really figure that out in a way that we all feel comfortable about it, that we feel like kids are getting what they need, teachers have a reasonable workload, all those kinds of things. Lunch distribution has to continue. Again, the governor was clear on that nutrition is one of the requirements. And so we have to continue providing food to our students every day. We know that we need to do some kind of supply distribution schedules, and it may vary based on grade levels. Definitely our littles need more things to write on, the big kids too, but definitely it was a call out with the little guys. They need to have the ongoing packets going home or consumables going home at most of the grade levels, but those kinds of things. And we need to figure out, what does that look like? What would it be? How does that work? And again, that goes into the additional packet creation and how do we get that to kids? Again, that's really site specific. Most sites had really good systems set up last spring. I'm assuming some will utilize what they learned and then make those a little better. But still, that's work that needs to be done. I talked about assessments. We've got to figure out what we're doing with that. We're not off the hook by any means for assessments. And so what does that look like, and what can we learn? That last bullet point is really a critical one. Schools are opening. Schools are opening with all of their students, and schools are opening with blended learning models. We are going to watch and learn from those schools. That is critical for us. What worked, what didn't, so that as we're building our models, we're really learning from that to make sure we don't make same mistakes, or we replicate really great practices that they figured out. So that's another piece of the work moving forward, in addition to everything else. The last bit for me, we talked about a little bit, or before Matt, and then I'm back, is this continuity plan. It was interesting. I'm gonna speak for Ms. Herrick a little bit. They said that the LCAP was postponed, if you will, was pushed back. Well, the continuity plan is turning into the mini LCAP. The new template came out again. And so it's pretty big. This plan will include how state, federal, and learning loss mitigation funds will be used to provide the continuity of learning and address the impact of COVID-19 on students, staff, and the community in these following areas. So we have to write to and speak to how we're doing that for distance learning, learning loss, the mental health and social emotional well-being of students and staff, professional development, pupil engagement and outreach, school nutrition, and then a description of how we're increasing or improving service in proportion to unduplicated students. And so it must be in alignment with what we're presenting to you tonight. It's not going to be something separate, but this has a budget, the budget attached to it. And so it's going to be a lot of work, and we're going to need a lot of feedback. And Ms. Herrick's already gotten started on it, but we'll definitely be working together as a team, getting that done moving forward. So now I'm going to hand it over to Matt. This really gets into the health and safety pieces. This is the self-attestation that districts have to put together, that really gets into the nuts and bolts in these 12 general areas.
Can I ask you a question? Ryan, is it possible for us to be unmuted so we can self-regulate coming in and out? In other words, when Melissa is presenting, can we not all?
I feel like I switched the right space now. Yeah, it's really difficult. But I've got notes all over the place here for me to come back to some of those and remember what I'm going to say. And I know what Matt's saying with the attestation could be very important for us to query. So just so we can, you guys just will come in and out of the meeting.
John, do you have some questions you want to ask now, John, before we get into that?
I probably do, but I'm trying to make sense of my notes to myself.
Mute me.
Is Matt talking?
Pardon?
Is Matt talking right now?
Not yet. Matt's upstairs.
Oh, okay.
No, I just, there
Yeah,
were,
we're right on questions. Okay.
would you like us to have asked our questions now before Matt goes into his part of the attestation, Melissa, or when you come back, are you going to have more?
I have just a little bit more.
Okay.
I can answer questions now.
I do have a couple.
Yeah, I think that would be good, because it's really there's so much right now that I think there's a possibility that some of that will escape our somewhat older.
Great.
lines.
I will share that online right now, because it is not a one-woman show or just the superintendent show. On the line is Brian Rickey to answer any questions that you might have around technology. Rusty Gordon is online to answer questions around SPED. Jennifer Loftus is online to answer any questions that you might have around instruction, professional learning. Nicole Wiseman is online. She can answer questions about assessment, accountability, support to schools. Rob Bergen is online around expanded learning. Brian Zimmerman is online around attendance or social emotional supports. Rebecca Herrick's online of course, around plan alignment and the continuity plan. Tammy Castillo-Schiffer is online to answer any questions around parent engagement. And then, of course, Bijou Beltran can answer questions around all the HR, maybe ramifications or issues, and then Matt. So you've got the whole team on here, so you don't just have to hear from me.
Yeah, while you're.
Go for it.
Okay.
Please.
Brian, this would be a question regarding technology. One of the things that I had not thought about, which was raised in one of the letters that was sent, had to do with bandwidth in homes. And I know that last spring it was a big hustle to get around and either provide hotspots or get people connected with internet. Is that going to continue to be an issue?
Yeah. Can you hear my sound okay? My first time talking, just listening to it. Okay. So yeah, I mean, we expect, Linda, that we're going to see an increase in that. We have a lot of families who are able to get free Comcast for a couple months, and now they're going to go into the low income, $10 a month, which is still a really good price for internet. But yeah, we anticipate there'll be a lot of families who continue to need more support with that. And so we will be using some of our funds to purchase more hotspots. And then at the same time, we've talked in the past about our bigger project of the cross-district Wi-Fi. So we're still working on that project. The equipment actually is getting purchased to that. So we've been working with M&O on getting that equipment installed. So we're going to continue to get more hotspots as needed, and then continue to build our infrastructure so we can build that internally and have that as a long-term solution.
Okay, and Melissa, this is more and at the instructional end. And thank you for providing the plan for us to preview before tonight. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat overwhelming. And I did not get to check on all of the links to see what they were, but I was looking at the planning, you know, what the day would look like, how many minutes for in each. And my question is about the Mondays. Okay, if teachers are going to be using that for staff meetings, for planning by grade level, for doing that kind of thing, who is doing the distance learning with their students?
So I'll have Jennifer Loftus and Nicole Wiseman worked with all of the groups. And then, of course, our junior high principals worked with junior high teachers. That was part of the work that they did. One of the links I didn't click on was the daily schedules the teachers put together. I should have clicked on that one. It's 37 pages long.
Yeah,
That is, right? It is so complex. They did such beautiful work. But I'll let one of them answer and talk about what the teachers talked about, like what that design would look like.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a corollary to that was the days that they're, you know, the kids when they're on Tuesday, Wednesday on their off day, or the days they're not out there, how is that going to look?
Oh, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm just focused on the distance learning piece right now.
Well, but that's their Monday.
That's their Monday, yeah.
That's their Monday.
Yeah.
So I worked with specifically the grade 1 to 3 teachers and the grade 4 to 6 teachers. And they were very,
a little bit.
Can you guys hear me?
A little bit, Nick.
Use your principal voice.
Oh, you know what? It's because every time I switch, is that better?
Yeah,
yes.
You're good.
Okay. I worked specifically with a group of teachers for grade 1 to 3, as well as for grade 4 to 6. And one of the components that was extremely important to both groups is that regardless of if they were in distance learning or they were in class, they wanted to see their students every day through some kind of an SEL daily morning meeting or check-in. So if all students were on distance learning on Monday, they would zoom in with their students, the entire class, to do like an SEL morning check-in. And then if the A group was in class, they really wanted the B group to zoom in for that SEL daily check-in. So that was one component they felt was really important. And they also thought that was a great time to take attendance. Additionally, what they talked about was using coaches to push it, you know, to kind of pull some small groups to do some check-in. PE during that time, pulling for music, just kind of being alternatively thinking about how to use and ensure that students are getting access to those minutes also. Jennifer, do you want to add into that?
I worked with TK, pre-K, and kindergarten, and they had some of the same thinkings and the same feelings that the 1st through 8th grade teachers had that Nicole is speaking to. To be honest, they don't want to give up that Monday. They want instruction on that Monday too. But knowing that that's not necessarily feasible because there is so much else involved in distance learning, they had similar thinking. PE teachers, different activities that students can be involved in that would be equivalent to instruction. So that might be a day that they're engaged in some of those independent activities that line up to the work that they have been doing every other day, you know, when they're working with them in a distance learning format.
Okay.
Anybody, any other questions for Melissa or Nicole or Jennifer, all those guys? All her massive.
I wanted to ask quickly on the technology piece. You had mentioned that we're using the platform, the actual Google Clever, but there were so many questions about the Seesaw that it could hyperlink into that so that there is that flexibility of usage, and we didn't really address that at all when we were talking about several things in terms of the training that's still going on and the ability to move your distance learning classroom into some of that is going to be available for teachers, right? That was my understanding.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll let Jennifer, she already started. I'll let Jennifer.
Okay.
It's her baby.
Give Melissa a moment to breathe. Absolutely. I mean, it has been a huge call out from our parents, from our teachers, that they really do want to see that common platform. But we also recognize that that looks different for different ages of students. And what we're finding is that we can provide that common platform through that Google Suite, but we can also do some things to make that very appropriate for our younger students when they're online as well. And there are many teachers that really do like some of the activities that they have found on Seesaw, and we are going to be working with them to help them understand how they can embed those things within a Google Classroom, and or more specifically, especially for our youngest students, into a Google site, which is a nice feature within that Google Suite.
Thank you.
And Jennifer, do you want just a 30-second or 1 minute on the professional learning coming up in support of helping teachers do that? If you want to just speak to that for a second.
Sure, absolutely. We provided through EdTech a handful of professional learning opportunities back in May and also in June. And at that time, we had over 500 certificated staff members sign up for those trainings, and they were all relative to the Google Suite. So using Google Classroom, Google Sites, Google Slides, so on and so forth. We had such positive response to that. So many callings from teachers, different educators wanting them to come back. They wanted more. So we've brought them back, and we've designed some professional learning for the end of this month, July, and also the beginning of August, giving them more resources and more training around how to use that Google Classroom interactively with all students of all different ages, how to take advantage of Google Slides and, like I said, Google Sites, so that it's highly interactive and really just visually appealing to our youngest learners. So that's all coming to our teachers, and we've advertised that twice district-wide, and so far we have 513 certificated staff members signed up to engage in that learning. Like I said, the end of July and the beginning of August. We've also designed our August 10 professional learning all around using our core curriculum within a virtual platform. So we're going right back to what does it look like to use our core curriculum, our grade level core curriculum within one of these virtual platforms that we've been speaking to within that Google Suite. So what does it look like to use Benchmark in a Google Classroom? What online resources are available from Benchmark or from StudySync or any other one of our core adopted curriculums.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Jennifer, it was mentioned earlier that there was going to be professional learning stuff for the instructional assistants. Is there something similar going on for those guys?
Sure. I think
The same
Melissa,
one?
there are, and I think Melissa mentioned that we did offer that at the end of last school year.
Yeah.
And we had, I think it was like 380 certificated staff, or I'm sorry, classified staff members sign up for these Google Suite related trainings. Also had really great feedback. We were able to capture those trainings, able to record them and put them on our distance learning website for our classified staff to continue to access. But we're also designing additional trainings very similar to the ones that we've done to that end in order to provide that. We also really know that the best professional learning for our classified staff members is going to happen in real time. So once we get back into the act of teaching and learning in the moment when our classified staff is assisting our certificated staff members with our students, like in that distance learning mode, right there working beside the teacher virtually and learning in real live time is going to be really important. But we have those trainings available and we will continue to add to those because we can't do it without our classified members, right? Our district needs them. Our teachers need our instructional assistants right there beside them, helping our students and our parents engage in distance learning.
Along with teacher tutors, it would seem.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, and any teacher on any TOSAs at the school site, all of them.
Expanded learning staff.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's
the whole familia. Yeah.
Thank you. We're also looking at designing it specific for ACES staff as well.
I was going to ask that next. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Where are you were talking about the parent or the videos for the parents to access to learn more about IT and those kinds of things. Where are those? Is there a drop down on the district website where they go to find those things? What's the process for them to access those things?
Yes, and then I'll let Tammy talk to you about parent engagement and how they're getting those resources to our parents.
How about the Knuckles? Tammy?
Hello.
Hola. There you are.
So we are providing videos. If you look on our website right now, there's on little Parent Square carousel, there's a video talking about how to access Clever. One of our computer techs put that together and we dubbed the sound in Spanish and in Mistec. But also we do have live help. I do kind of want to plug this just a little bit. We have live help for our parents. So we're going to have an extended hour helpline for parents to call. They'll be in contact with someone who speaks English, Spanish, and or Mistec, and we'll be able to answer their questions in real time on a variety of topics, including technology. So our district community liaisons are going to be trained. They have some training, but they're going to expand their training. And so we're looking to meet our parents' needs and just really be responsive. We're looking to attack this from a variety of places, but that live and in person is sometimes better than a video for those who
Great
don't have
idea. Great idea. Thank you. I might need to use it though. God, I better tattoo it on my arm because I don't know. Goodness.
Wait, you were that kid in class that wrote stuff on your arm?
Yeah, God, I might have to.
Wow. The more you learn about people, I tell you.
I know. I'm becoming. Thank you all.
Thank you. Yeah, awesome. Move on.
And they're still on the line, so at the end, if there's additional questions, we're all here. So let me bring up Matt's screen, and he will talk to you about this.
Matt got pushed back.
Good evening, everyone.
I just hear him.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Everybody's got me? Okay, good. I did hear Ms. Loftus talking about the importance of instructional aides and how they need to be right there with the teacher, right next to them. And I know what she meant was 6 feet away at least, right? when she
She
said
said
that?
virtually.
Yes. So, you know, that is one of the main fundamentals, right? There are several fundamentals in the guidance that we're getting from the state, from the county, from the CDE. I mean, if we're not experts in transmission, right? We're not experts in how to handle a public health issue like this. But what is important is that we evaluate and we understand, and then we make real in our facilities the guidelines that were being provided to mitigate COVID-19 and its spread. And so this checklist provided around 125 prompts in each of these 12 areas for us to consider and respond to and plan for. And so that's what you've got inside of the plan that Ms. Dutra already shared with you. And I just want to kind of walk through a little bit of what's in there with you, because this is definitely a work in process. So let me talk a little bit about it. It is based on this very simple fundamentals that wearing face coverings, right? Cover your cough, maintain your physical distance, hand washing or hand sanitizer, stay home when you're ill, and don't touch your face, right? Those are the things that I hear over and over. And when I'm reading through the guidance, I see it over and over. And so one of the things it talks about in here, when it talks about training staff and educating families, and it talks about promoting healthy hygiene practices, that's something that's going to be a big part of what we see on campuses when we're able to open them for students, is that it's going to be everywhere you look. We're going to have signs and posters, and then teachers in the classroom. Everyone is going to be reinforcing those fundamentals for students. We even have it up already in all of our locations. We have these signs already up because one of the functions we've been engaged with since we closed down was the meal service. We've also been providing materials. We've heard a lot about that, talked about it a lot. We have those signs up now just to reinforce, here are the fundamentals, right? Please don't forget. And then there's a feedback process. If we see someone isn't doing their part to maintain public health by following those fundamentals, we need to make sure that we know and that we can follow up with them and reinforce the importance. Just a couple other things that are wound in there based on whatever the activity is that the person is engaged in. There are additional precautions that we're going to make sure and support, and that is the use of face shields when appropriate, and potentially plexiglass barriers. Those are the folks that are dealing with multiple public members of the public throughout their workday. They're really going to need a couple more pieces of protection to ensure their safety. And so that's going to be a part of our plan for sure. When I talk about our response and the way that we're going to promote a healthy environment for our staff and our students, I kind of talk about it in 3 phases. The first has been returning employees to their workplace on a more consistent basis. Because a lot of the work that needs to get done can't get done outside of offices, off of our facilities, and so we need to return folks back. So that would be phase 1. How do we bring just employees back so that we can maintain a healthy work environment? The next phase is, how do we then re-engage the public, in person, safely? And then the third phase is when we start welcoming students back. And we heard last week that that's farther off than we believed at this time last week. And so we'll have more time to roll out that planning. But that is the way we kind of have been breaking down the steps we plan to take. And then obviously another fundamental, and it's in several places, it's number 3 on this list, intensifying cleaning, disinfecting, and ventilation. And so as you may read through the CDE guidance, as you may read through our response in this industry-specific checklist, it talks about whenever possible, right? And that's what the CDE says, as weather permits and whenever possible. So I'm thinking in terms of, if you have a window that opens, you have it open. Obviously, all of our doors open, you have them open. We need to increase ventilation as a precaution. That's what the guidance tells us. So we're going to respond to that guidance. So as we've been in phase one, returning employees to the workplace, we have crafted specific plans for locations. So there's a SUSA specific plan. There is a food service specific plan. And there is an M&O specific plan where they're engaging in bringing employees back safely and really starting to work on implementing some of the measures that are described in this checklist. And I have to first give thanks to Javier Cavazos, our coordinator for maintenance operations, facilities and transportation, and Sean Chenoweth, our risk manager supervisor. Those two put in hours and hours in reviewing, researching, and responding to the checklist and making sure that we considered each option in compliance with all of the guidelines I've described as far as where we're reaching out to experts, getting guidance from CDE, getting guidance from state and county public health and the CDC. And then also Carlos Murta, Ms. Dutra brought him up earlier. He was very early in adopting a lot of these procedures as well to get the warehouse back up and running and getting food service back up and running so we can keep that continuity of nutrition for our families. The next phase in that process, we'll be welcoming employees back to our school sites. We've started to a certain extent with custodians being on campus and kind of doing a self-assessment. But one of the things that we believe is going to be important is that we don't rely just on passive screening. That's one of the options that's available where families and employees make a self-assessment in the morning. I feel well enough to work. I don't have the symptoms of COVID-19. I don't have a fever, so I'm going to work. Districts can stop at that point. I don't know that that's a great idea. I think my plan, our recommendation, the conversations we've had in cabinet have been we need to engage in active screening. That we need to be taking temperatures and making sure that people are well. And so that's been a part of implementing the return of employees at SUSA and M&O and for food service so far. And then our custodians at school sites is making sure they don't have a fever of 100.4 and that they're reviewing what the symptoms of COVID-19 are before they return to the workplace. That's a very complicated problem in a blended environment where we can be bringing to campus 300, 400, 500 students. And it's going to require multiple points of entry and multiple staff members engaged in the process of measuring those temperatures and releasing students. It's going to require that we provide some structure for physical distancing in each of those places so that the queue, as it lines up, maintains social distance. And then the tail end of that is if someone screens at 100.4 or higher, then what happens? We're going to need for students a place to isolate them, right? Where if potentially you have more than one student, they can isolate with social distance to that student. Because just because someone has a 100.4 degree temperature does not mean you have COVID-19, right? Which means you can sit with someone who has COVID-19. One of you may and one of you may not. So each of you need to continue to maintain social distance until you get picked up. And if they're students, you must continue to be supervised. And so we're considering big places where we might need to house those students. It can't just be sitting in a chair in the office where we might normally put a student who is ill. We're going to have to react a little differently and provide that isolation as well as that supervision. But that's a consideration we absolutely need principals and school leaders involved in. They know their campuses much better. They'll have better ideas about how to make sure that place has a easy access and doesn't walk by several other places where there could be students gathered or staff gathered. We want to provide quick access to a place to isolate students. In addition, we need to engage our principals and our school leaders in how best to provide that hybrid environment with social distancing in the classrooms. The classrooms are generally somewhere between our smallest classrooms are probably 790 square feet, but upwards of 1,100 square feet. But we need to make sure that we continue to provide social distancing to the students when they arrive. And so there will be a need to address some of the extraneous furniture that is in those classrooms, and then make sure that there are only desks for enough students that can socially isolate. One of the things that we've been doing as a precaution as we brought employees back is make sure that we have a map for social distancing. So we have arrows in our walkways to make sure that people have 6 feet of separation. If there isn't a 6-foot hallway, then it's a one-way hallway. And so we're working through that. Similar things will need to be considered at school sites, and we'll need their expertise in coming up with those options. And so that will also need to be considered. But the point is, if we are able, and when we do, limit the furniture so that it requires social distancing, it guides social distancing, then there isn't a choice. And so that's something else that we'll need to consider. Along those lines, one of the requirements is that we provide fresh drinking water. And that's a challenge when you can't have everyone using a drinking fountain. So we have in our guidelines, how do we restrict access for persons to get to the drinking fountain? Do we maybe provide cups, single-use cups at drinking fountains, and a slot for them to fit that cup through only, so they can't get their face close to the spout? Or with the time frame that we have between now and potentially reopening to students, are we looking at hydration stations that we have on a couple of campuses, but potentially expanding those to others so that it continues to be available in a safe fashion?
Matt, are you talking about like at the high schools where
Yeah.
the hydration, you can hold your water bottle under it?
Mm-hmm. And you don't have to touch your water bottle to make it go. You
Right.
put it in there, it senses it. Yeah.
Several schools have them too.
There are some schools that do have them.
Yeah.
One of the other significant bottlenecks that we have been wrestling with from the beginning of Reading Stronger Together has been how to socially distance on a school bus. We are putting between 70 and 80 students on some of our buses. And if we're going to put students on buses with 6 feet of social distancing, that number drops down to about 14.
Wow.
Which essentially makes busing mostly not possible.
Yeah.
And since that's
how do you do them with the windows down in the middle of winter?
Yeah.
Oh, there's all the issues. I mean, she's.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those ones where every time you start coming up with solutions, you find another, absolute dead end. But we have talked with Student Transportation of America. They are on board with screening students at the bus stop. We'll have to find a process for that. If someone gets screened at the bus stop, then what happens, right?
Yeah.
But we want them screened before they enter campus. We want them screened before they get on the bus. We've talked about assigned seating so that you don't sit in seat A in the morning and then someone else sits in seat A in the afternoon. STA is on board with disinfecting in between routes. That's a part of our agreement for next year. But we still want to take every precaution possible. But some of the things we're thinking about as far as how to address transportation is obviously the staggered start times that are already in the plan can help. Having a hybrid model with an AB track will help. And then considering increasing walking distance. Increasing walking distances so fewer students are riding buses, providing for fewer routes. The main areas of concern, as I was talking with Student Transportation of America, I mean, I think I got like 7 words out, and it might have been during the 7th word, they're like, well, how do you do Taylor? How do you do Manita? How do you do Arianas Junior High School? Right? That will be the bottleneck that we get to address, and it will have to be a part of how we design the tracks. We're gonna have to consider all of those things so that the puzzle pieces fit together.
I mean, you can do, I mean, there's any number of things. So I think some schools in the past would, when there's busing difficulties, you have different start times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Man.
So some of the other things that are described are providing for outdoor learning. And again, this is off in the distance after we, as a county, have been off the watch list for 14 days, but they encourage outdoor learning. So that could be something to be considered. I already mentioned the increased ventilation as possible. There were concerns listed in public comment tonight that described concerns with our ventilation systems, but I do know that the ventilation systems that are in our buildings are functioning as designed. They get inspected every year. And we have a group of HVAC technicians that respond to work orders as quickly as possible to make sure that those systems continue to work. And one of the things we're also talking about is to provide as many reminders about social distancing as possible, not just putting dots out where entries and queues lines are likely to form, but putting dots out on our playgrounds and putting dots out on our grass to show, to provide a reference for what 6 feet looks like, to give students the best chance to stick to 6 feet apart. And then there will be a lot of organization around maintaining cohorts along with the tracing requirements.
Wow.
So,
wow.
So that is the bulk of what we've put into the checklist, the things that we're building into our existing plans, and where we are in that first phase where we are returning employees back to work. The process is going smoothly. People are complying. They are getting screened and participating and maintaining, doing their part to maintain the public health. And that's going to be a consistent reinforcement for us as we continue to go forward and exist and act as a school district. So with that, I'm prepared to respond to questions you might have.
I don't know.
I'll throw a couple more things that I do want to make sure I describe for the school board. As we talked about, the promoting healthy hygiene practices, what we're finding is that it is mostly impractical to rely on only hand washing for students. If you're going to be in a classroom full of any number of students, if it's 10 or 16 or 20 or whatever the number is, to have students line up and wash their hands for 20 seconds takes too long. Our days are shorter. Instructional minutes are incredibly valuable. And so we would want to use hand sanitizer in those instances, and then provide time during recess or other transitions for students to wash their hands, but making sure that we have hand sanitizer available. We considered, and we have in our plan, consider portable wash stations. It's popular. It sounds appropriate as a consideration, but it's incredibly challenging from the standpoint of the logistics of making sure that it has fresh water in it, then making sure that you appropriately dispose of the wastewater that gets created. I mean, it's a pretty small system. So you pump the water out of the storage tank into the wastewater tank, and now you still have a heavy, awkward item that you have to get to somewhere to drain, replenish, and then take back. And so while that's going to continue to be a consideration, and we've used them before in the district, we want to focus on just making sure that we have hand sanitizer accessible in as many places as necessary.
I think, Matt, though, I think we need to kind of leave that, I mean, a lot of that to the discretion of the teachers in a way, and that they'll know what the flow of their classroom is, because hand washing is still the best by far. And so if they choose to allow their kids to get up during class when they feel the need to do so, they should be encouraged to wash. I mean, I agree with you. I just saying, I think we don't want to seem prescriptive in how we're having them wash their hands, because I don't think it necessarily involves lining up. I think there's going to be times where they just are teachers who feel like get up and go wash your hands whenever it's appropriate, because it's still the best means of maintaining that cleanliness.
Just so long as he doesn't sing happy birthday 3 times at the top of their lungs.
Then everybody chimes in, right?
So
yeah, hand washing is so important. I know.
So Matt, my question has to do with, are we able to acquire the hand sanitizer, the masks, the plexiglass, any other PPE stuff that we anticipate needing?
So that is a very important question. I can tell you that we are certainly able to order it.
Right.
That's the easier part. We have been able to find many sources for PPE. We have found that a lot of places that were in one form of business or another that involved maybe fermentation or refinement aren't selling as much of those products anymore, and they've gotten into the hand sanitizer business recently. And so, as an example, Lucas Oil is now manufacturing hand sanitizer. It's becoming more available as it's becoming a greater demand. But we do have many sources for hand sanitizer. We do have it out at our school sites now where we're doing food service production. We have it here in the building and in M&O where we have employees returning to work so that it's available. I don't know. I know a couple things about other PPE. I know that the CDE had pledged to provide masks for staff and students for the first, I think it was 3 months or something like that for schools, or 2 months for schools. That was distributed, as far as I understand, to county offices. It hasn't been delivered yet to the school district, but I know it's on its way. And I know that there are county offices that have received it. I do maintain a network of CBOs that I tie in with on a weekly basis. We spend an hour, hour and a half kind of talking about the stuff that we're in the middle of and where we're trying to go. Recently, that talk has been dominated by school safety planning and COVID mitigation. But the network's been in place for several years now, so we're all pretty familiar with how we do our work. But I do know that counties do have or have had, there are counties that have access to those materials. One of the things we're trying to make sure that we're doing is acquiring kid-size masks, because you can have people tell you we have masks and they want to sell you masks, but you have to get some smaller sizes for students. We do expect that people have masks. I mean, I see a lot of masks on the screen. I have my own. And it is a state mandate. It is a county health requirement, but we will have masks available if people forget their mask or lose their mask on the way to school or whatever that is. That'll be available. So those things we do have, and I haven't heard of new shortages of those items. I heard about original restrictions and original challenges. But I've heard a couple different layers of, and now we're getting it from here, and now we're getting it from here.
And what about cleaning supplies that are appropriate for use in public schools?
Sure. So that there is a specific list of items that we can use. Sean Chenoweth does an assessment for us anytime we're investigating a new option to make sure it's on the approved list, that it is A, effective, and B, safe for use in schools. And I haven't heard that that's been a challenge to get a hold of at this point.
Okay.
So the first thing that was a challenge was hand sanitizer, and we worked hard to address that. The next thing we worked quickly to acquire was about 250 temporal scanners, infrared scanners that don't work, that are touchless. So we have those. When we get closer to having access to the school leaders I described, the principals and school leadership, then we're going to identify how many different places can we have students accessing. So how many thermometers do we need at each access point to make sure that we can get through the screening of all of those students within a targeted time frame, right? I don't want to just say it's 5 or it's 8, right? Let's figure out how many students we want to scan and how quickly, and then plan to make that happen and acquire enough temporal scanners to make that possible. When we bought the ones we have, that was what they had, right? And as we were making that choice, Patricia McKnight, our purchasing coordinator, was like, I have other districts calling me to find out if I have any that I'm willing to sell to them. And I was waffling. I'm like, is it really going to come to that? This was probably 8 weeks ago. And when she told me that other districts were calling her to find them, I'm like, just buy them, right? It sounds like I can sell them if I need to, but just buy them.
Yeah.
Yes. Good. Was there another question?
No, I think Ida was just exclaiming, and it sounded like Matt.
Yeah. Okay.
No, and I can attest from my profession that initially and even fairly recently, some of those things are, if not in short supply, there's an exorbitant fee for or request for how much you're going to pay for some of those things. So that kind of was part of my question was, you presented and Brian presented the budget last time, and we talked about a lot of things, and the teachers have discussed a lot of things, and Melissa, you with the different things that the teachers and the students have asked for as far as books and workbooks, all that stuff. Is that then, Matt's, things that we have covered within our funding resources?
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about whether or not we have the money we need to purchase those supplies.
Correct.
I guess my last question, and this goes to the bulk of the written comments that we got about accommodations for teachers that, for whatever reason, cannot or do not wish to return to their classrooms. And I think I'm fairly certain we have a large audience that, providing an answer one way or another to that question would be appropriate.
That's not specific to the plan and the
No.
attestations, but
It is
we've always had those
Right.
elements in place. There's always, the interactive process has been in law for years to evaluate on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that's all.
Yep.
It's mandated upon
to
us
know
as
is-
employers to do that.
Yep.
To make that.
Yep.
And I agree with that. And I think what I was talking about was just the resources and making sure that we can do all this stuff and be fiscally responsible and meet the goals that Matt and Brian had for us last time.
And I want to make just a general comment about the approval, because we're going to take the approval in the plan later, and this attestation is the important place that has to be in place regardless of whether we open distance learning, blended, or. So to answer your question, John, it's really, we have identified the strategy for addressing those issues as they come up. That's what's in the attestation. And so, so so it's the plan on the county side. It's not like the plans we have with the LCAP where you've got to show that you've got the ability to do it. This is how we're going to address this issue. Knowing that if we're in distance learning, when you look at the data, you know, if we're not in a position to bring students back for several months, then that's not going to be an issue, you know, an action we're going to have to enact over that time as well. But it's having the strategy in place. And part of our forecast to the action item, the resolution that's accompanying this is really built around Matt's point of being able to have the facility to be able to make those purchases, because we're a big district.
Right.
Right. It's not like Cuyama, right? I mean, I love Cuyama, you know. Alfonso out in Cuyama, man, I love him. He's a great guy, and it's a different community. But
Right.
you know, you're talking about 80 kids versus 17,000. It's just on scale. So, so it's really having the strategy to do those things, and then cost value.
Oh, no, I think that's I mean, that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
We want to talk about having, you know, I think, Melissa, you have the disclaimer initially, right? At the very bottom. This is going to change tomorrow.
I'm not usually that kind of person, just by the way.
There was a disclaimer. I meant to bring it to your attention.
Huge disclaimer.
But, you know, I think, you know, the importance, and Linda, to your point about the things that the teachers have been asking and the things that were addressed in the different public comments is that, yes, this is an issue and a time when we need to be nimble, not just flexible, but nimble, right? So we need to be forward looking, I think was obviously what Matt's just discussed with us is, and how we can transition and best support our teachers in doing that, which is initially what we had with your first plan. We had 2 weeks of distance learning so that we could kind of make those transitions. But I think, you know, Mr. Ontiveros and I have talked about it several times about, you know, before when it was a hybrid model, having that nimble flexibility or that adaptability to be able to drop back into distance learning and have that support there. And yet now, or if that was there, falling forward too, which is obviously seems a more intuitive thing for our amazing teachers to do. But right now we're distance learning. And so I get it. Matt's preparing us for that. I just want to make sure that when I'm talking to Matt, it's just like all of a sudden dollar signs start floating around like that. And, you know, and I don't know, I could see him hanging over our shoulder looking like that.
Well, you know, finances are always need to be a consideration, because just like at my house, you know, I can't live beyond my means. I don't have a way of paying it and can't figure that out, then I have to make an adjustment.
Well, and we're going back and looking at what were the things that we budgeted for before we knew this would be our reality for this year that no longer is appropriate. So we're also going back and doing a lot of that work, right? Is this
that was already the LCAP work, right?
Yeah.
What things never got funded that we weren't using? So
that's exactly right.
That we couldn't acquire, or you know, people that we couldn't hire, or anything like that. So, you know, my feeling is, you know, we are essential as an entity, you know, school district, and our employees are essential workers, because our future depends on that. And if we neglect that responsibility, then it's almost criminal. You know, if we can have people delivering UPS and waiting on us at a grocery store, and they're making, you know, $15 or $20 an hour or whatever it is, as, you know, professionals, you know, we have to step up. And we are providing an essential service. Our future depends on it.
And I think that, you know, we've had, I think, some thoughtful questions, and I really appreciate your presenting the parent, teacher, and student aspect. I think for me that was the brightest point of all this, because of the kind of the coalescing of it, but also that there was definitely some overlap there, and good significant overlap. And I mean, there's, for me, the things where like when the kids, we're talking about social emotional learning and the kids missing their friends. Well, and the kids wanting to see their teachers. From Kayla, we heard about the PE students, right? And I, in my own home, when school was over, my daughter was done online, and her kids were very, they were disappointed that they didn't get to just see her online all the time. Like, aren't you going to stay for the summer? Come on over. I got cupcakes. So, I mean, but it's
Really?
But so I have the confidence that once we get moving on this, once there is momentum going forward, and I think Jennifer kind of addressed this, is I think then some of those building blocks fall into place, and I know our teachers are going to find, okay, well, this is how I'm going to work that social emotional aspect into my classroom. We're just going to sit there and talk about something. I'm going to ask them questions, whatever it is that gets that ball rolling. I know that I have confidence that those kinds of things are going to happen. So I think to Luke, to your point, I think what we're trying to do is make sure that they're well supported, that we've got things that we can move forward on, knowing now that we know what we have to do, what's been mandated by either AB 77 or what have you. So the teachers I know and the teachers that I've been around, I have great confidence in them being thoughtful and getting all those things done to a great degree. Melissa, I had a question about the kind of the communication portion of it, and Mr. Ontiveros, what we've talked about in the past with the emphasis on site administration, and this is, Melissa, when you talked about different places being different, it's going to be different when Mark Palmerston's talking to his staff than it is going to be to Trinity when she's at Alvin talking to her staff or whomever. But I think, and this is what I've found when people email me that I've tried to reference to them is I think what we really need to do is continue to promote that site cohesion, that site communication, and so that the principals are going to be that source of communication, coherence, coaching, and then coaching like I would coach track and field or what have you, positive influence, positive example, and letting them know. So I think our in response to what you're saying too, and I think our admin really has to their game has to be on, they have to be on top of their game, right? I mean, they really have to be that leader, and so do their coworkers there in admin on the different sites.
So what I neglected to mention is we were kind of filling in the blanks on the timelines. Even while we were finishing up the calendar school year, the 1920 year, we had all of our site folks engaged in 6 weeks of training around high quality instructional indicators, around utilizing those best practices, not knowing what August 13th was going to look like, but that's what right. Mm-hmm. And so that's what we're building it around. And so funny that not funny, ironic that you make that point, John. Right before we walked down here today for the meeting, I emailed all the principals, because not all of them have been involved at all levels of this planning process, but most of them, and our assistant principals and our deans, have been involved at some level, to make them aware, look, tonight's really the first part where all those elements, you might have been working on one element of this, but all the elements are going to be, provided an overview. We're meeting Monday with the principals all day. This is, how do you connect those dots? Because you're absolutely right. It's what I was alluding to in the very beginning tonight of this study session. Systemness happens in every element of the system, not just on a piece of paper in a plan, right? And so when you look at the historical results over time of our K-12 continuum, we haven't had, the college going rate that the community and, I've sat in, I also neglected to sit with the Chamber of Commerce every week, and their conversation has been, we need more career ready kids coming out of high school, and we need college kids coming back. And so, that's our ultimate task. How do you build that culture? And it is that consistency of taking that coherent message, that aligned message, and applying it too. So what we're looking at here, this is the district plan, right? This is, meets the criteria for the Department of Public Health for the county. Now it's incumbent upon sites, okay, how do we make this work for fill in the blank? Right.
Right.
Because it's because the implementation occurs at the classroom level. Right. Achievement occurs, the social emotional learning occurs at the classroom level, and it's got to be everybody involved in how we're going to accomplish that together.
And this can be one of those instances or parts of making something good out of a bad situation.
Amen.
And so I think, there is a tendency for all of us everywhere in education right now to figure out how we're going to stuff the old model into distance learning, right? How we're going to do everything we've always done, but from home or wherever on a computer. And so that aside, I think what's imperative is that we push away some of the old constructs. One of those being, if we hear from all these teachers, either tonight or in our emails coming directly to us, then there's something out of line. And so what I'm asking, or what I'm suggesting is that we put aside old distrust or old foibles and classifications of stratification where there wasn't necessarily a willingness to engage site admin or vice versa, and that the teachers and their site admin and whomever their lead teachers are and all that are going to really have to come together on all this.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they can. It's some of it's going to have to, just kind of break in with habit maybe.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
We don't have 3 to 5 years.
No.
Yeah. And that's generally, what they talk about, how long it takes for change to take place. Going from in-person teaching in my classroom to doing everything via Zoom, and that's it.
Well, it's going to be difficult.
No one can unlearn this
for teachers and administrators alike, because there's been so much change in who's at what sites too, right?
Right.
Trinity's at Alvin now.
Which reinforces your notion of common expectations. We can't have Alvin expectations and Battle's expectations, and we can't have,
What I'm saying is,
and that's the purpose of this. This is the framework. Now it's applied, just like state standards have been state standards for 20 years. Common Core has been in place for 10 years. We've got to, we've got to get on board and address those expectations full force. Because you're right, Linda. This is we don't have an alternative. Melissa mentioned the continuity plan. That's kind of the new LCAP compliance piece. Has to be submitted and approved by your board by September 30th. So we get kind of a pat, and it has to beginning on September 1st. This is how we assured all these things. This is how we assured attendance. We assured learning. We assured face-to-face or, live instruction every day. We got until basically September 1st to figure that out. So I appreciate, and I was a big proponent early on of saying, let's back the start of school up, hoping that there was going to be some type of flexibility on the number of days based on the situation. It's 180 school days, right? We've got expertise across our system. And when you look at the elements, the schedules that have been developed by folks that were shoulders deep in this. I've never taught distance learning. I've never been a distance learning principal. Nobody in the country has until last March, unless you're in a charter school, right? So how do we learn this together? And the immediacy, the urgencies now. And that's really the point of even the county on these attestations. We've got to know that you're aware of all these things. And so everything Matt described, this has been an around the clock thing since June 12th, I think was the day that, actually when that first attestation opened up and we were told you have to have this in place, we opened it up the next day. There was no provision for schools. Schools wasn't even listed as an industry. So I called our contact at County Health and I said, wait a minute, you told me you have to do this. It's not there. 15 minutes later, said we put it up. They just copied what was in business. But this is the power of those regular communications. We said, look, this is how schools, we need to be aware of these things. So slowly the worms turned, right? And things are starting to come out. Okay, this is how we do, because we're learning together with them as well. So it's what you described, John. It's that same construct on multiple layers. We've got to learn from each other, but we all got to lean in, and everybody's got to put a hand in to move this forward.
I think we need our whole phone, not just
Amen. Yeah. Lean in, link arms.
So I'll finish this up really with Mr. Beecher talked about the next steps, the phases from his shop. And really, this is, again, not an inclusive list, but this is really now the real work begins. So some of the things that are next steps, of course, are working with our labor partners on impact of instructional design. Of course, we know that we need to do that. And instructional schedule options. So that 37 pages, all those options that teachers put together. Now we need to figure out, okay, how does that now roll out? Because it was 100 teachers, not every one of our teachers. So we want to make sure that schools are looking at them, other teachers are looking at them, and then we are building consensus around what that will look like in our district. Professional learning will continue, and we'll continue to get feedback on what their needs are for professional learning. But those will continue. We'll continue, of course, working with our local districts and county in collaboration and really in calibration and alignment. That's super important for us. And just to reiterate, that parent-teacher conference style schedules are developed. Again, we don't know what that looks like. We need to really think that through, because I would assume it's going to look a little different at a junior high than it might with PK through first grade. Like, what does that look like? And we have a little time at the beginning of the year, like the superintendent was saying, that we're able to do that kind of work, but we need to make sure that we're doing it safely. And we're also needing to make sure that we're having a connection with our parents so that they know this is a new school year and that these are the expectations and here's everything you need to be successful, right? That's that delicate balance of both. Cleaning schedule plans. I don't know if we should focus on that or not, but it seems like it's important. But when again, in distance learning, we need to be cleaning because adults will be on campus. So of course we want to be cleaning and being careful and really learning, like, what are all the nooks and crannies that we need to do. And then also be thinking about, when we move into a blended learning model, what does that look like when we're shifting kids 2 times a week, right? So what does that after school cleaning look like on Friday and on Wednesday versus the other days? Like, what do those schedules look like and how deep do they go? So that's a big body of work that we'll have moving forward. That industry structure plan that Matt, Mr. Beecher walked through, we'll have to have sites do something like that, right? They're going to have to really answer a lot of those questions from a site level, because we can say at a district level, yes, teachers are going to teach kids about hygiene, but at the site level, they're going to have to say, okay, when are we going to do that? Let's all do that on, here's what it ought to look like at our site, and then into the more specifics of the health and safety. So sites will need to be really looking at that. And again, that'll be the work that we front load the principals, and then they'll be doing that work with their staffs. And then, of course, we'll continue working on that continuity plan. And then really to bring this home, to reiterate, our plan and all decisions are based on the delicate balance of learning and safety, both being non-negotiable. And I think that we would be well served to give grace to each other. These are really difficult times for everyone, and everyone is doing their very best. Everyone's doing their best, and that we would be well served to give a little more grace and a little more kindness. We need to remember we're all in this together. No one's doing this to anyone, right? Like, this is something that we've never seen, something we've never dealt with, and we need to work it out together. And together, we will be able to figure it out. And that we must work collaboratively with each other, with our families, and with our community, so we can get these kiddos back in our schools. And then again, if there's any questions, and I had to finish it with everyone we miss. There's teachers, leaders, kiddos, parents. And any additional questions for the team that's on there? I think we made it within our hour for the study session.
Okay. Let's see.
Are there any additional questions for the team that we can answer for you this evening?
I think I've asked all of my questions.
I appreciate the board commitment. This really is the purpose of that study session. This is deep, and and again, it's a moving piece. And, it's, every time we put something in paper, when the conditions change, it's just been moving.
Right.
Sorry.
What I was saying is, as the conditions change, this work has been changing. And so I know folks are anxious, want to know what's happening, but it's an ongoing process. And so to get to this point is just a point. It's going to continue to move on, and we're going to continue to need to have all voices engaged in, addressing the issues of how do we ensure that we're providing kids with, the best possible opportunity based on the conditions. And so we'll continue to update. We'll continue to move the ball forward. We'll continue to respond to needs as they come.
Thank you.
Thank the team.
Day by day.
Amen.
Very hard to do this. But I got confidence in everybody.
Thank you so much to the team on the phone and on the line. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you all.
And to all the folks out there that are watching that have been involved as well, that, it takes everybody.
I'll just make a personal comment at this point. And I spent a lot of years teaching before I moved out of my classroom. And from year one, literally, I was convinced to join an action team. And it was for reading, language arts kind of thing. And, once I got hooked, I was always piloting and doing whatever. And so, when we would have staff meetings at whatever site I may have been at, and, when teachers or somebody was complaining about, well, they didn't like this that we were doing, my standard response was, if you don't like it, then get on the team or the committee, and you can be part of making the decision, because we've always had that option in our district. I started in 1970, and there have always been opportunities for teachers to participate in making recommendations to, the next level up. And many times, teacher groups have brought curriculum recommendations or program recommendations to the board. I've been on both sides of that, and it works. So you can complain all you want, but complaining doesn't become part of the solution. You have to be proactive and be willing to step up and do your part, so that you can say, okay, I worked on that. This is what we came up with. Hey, if you don't like the job that committee is doing, then step up. So you have to be part of the solution. You just cannot sit and complain, especially right now. That's it for me.
Okay. I think that's it for the study session portion of the meeting.
Yeah, we have to have a meeting now.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel so studied.
Break.
Would you like to break?
5 minutes.
Okay, we're going to do 5 minutes.
Please.
We will re-adjourn in 5 minutes.
Okay, and we're back. All right, let's resume. We'll go to item 6, consent agenda.
I will move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second. Ms. Cordero has moved and Mr. Laura's seconded that the consent agenda be approved as presented. Roll call.
Mrs. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Lara?
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero?
Aye.
Mrs. Oliver? Mr. Hollinshead?
Aye. Motion passes. We'll move on to item 7A, action item, approval of 2020-2021 school opening and safety plan under COVID-19 conditions and adoption of resolution 1935 authorizing any and all necessary action to prepare and respond to novel coronavirus COVID-19.
So two elements to this action item. One is the plan that we just saw. If you'd like to refresh your memory, we could run through it one more time.
Bring it. I've got a
and the second piece is this resolution, and there have been a number of resolutions that have been proposed, and I want to talk about this because Jose Segura and I had a really good conversation this afternoon. Jose called me because what he had been seeing what Orchid had approved, and their resolution is not identical to ours. Ours is more geared towards what you were talking about, John, was purchasing. And I want to talk a little bit about what Matt was saying about county offices getting PPE from the state. There is some PPE that's coming from the state. And I was involved in those initial conversations. I was on the task force with the county, the Department of Health. And so they asked, well, what would you need? And I said, well, if we're going to be back in school just for kids, I'd need 17,000 masks a day, 85,000 a week. So it's about 350,000 a month. And they looked at me like, you're crazy. Right. And again, I don't want to mean to fault. Public health is overwhelmed. Right. I mean, I don't pretend to know what they're up against. Just from my view, I know it's an insurmountable task. So from that perspective, a district our size, I mean, we're basically 25%, 30% of the county enrollment. We can't rely on county to do our bidding for us. And so this resolution, and so the point that Jose raised was there's some wording in the resolution, and I shared with him some of the government code and the public contract code that's alluded to in here, because his concern was this, his contract include employment contracts, and that is not the case. I mean, Melissa just alluded in going through the plan. We get the plan approved. Now we talk about, okay, what does this mean for employees, right?
Yeah.
Because the safety thing that's been articulated, that's the number one concern. And so what this resolution allows in through acknowledging that we're in a state of emergency, right? And accessing these provisions under the public contract code, what you're basically doing is allowing us to do what Matt was describing that Patricia McKnight is doing. Going out and finding what we need and not having to adhere to the bid limits and the bid process. And, we sit through these, I always love the food service bids, right? Yeah. These matching bid lists for, these $1 million things. But there's a supply chain there. We're seeing things that we don't know there's a supply chain, and we can't afford to be behind the 8 ball because we're too big, right? The other 13 elementary districts I was met in the county that are all smaller than us, onesie twosies, the county can support them. They can't support us. And that's not the county's fault. That's just our size. We've got to approach this. So this resolution, and I truly appreciate Jose asking the question. And I told him, I called him back and said, I'm going to mention that we had this conversation because I want everybody to know this is just to enable us on the financial, on the purchasing side, on the procurement side, which is really what the bulk of this is about, to be able to jump.
But still, that's still part of being nimble. I mean, that's
it is. It is.
Really,
it is. And
Matt alluding to it's isn't stinky milk like we talked about.
Right. And Matt has assembled a great team of business services. Patricia, when he talks about people calling her and asking her for advice, that happens more often than not. she's in the know. And so this was, I kind of combined some of the elements of the resolutions, but this purchasing piece really came out of the big districts of this is how we got to make sure that we're not going to get caught short on these core issues. So the resolution is around the flexibility in that purchasing to be able to procure the things that we need in order to meet what's coming, because we don't know what it is.
Well,
Yeah,
that's,
makes
you know,
sense.
To address some of
That
our
makes
teachers' concerns, that's, I mean, that's for their safety and the
Yeah.
kids' safety and other staff. I mean,
Yep.
classify everybody, so.
Yep. And again, when you read through the resolution, it's all in alignment with what's in the plan. It's, you know, it's not to go
Yes, it's right on.
out of bounds, but really make sure that we're jumping lines.
Got it.
Are you ready, John?
You betcha.
I'll move that the Board of Education approve the 2020-2021 school opening and safety plan under COVID-19 conditions and adopt resolution 19-35, authorizing any and all necessary actions to prepare and respond to novel coronavirus COVID-19 as presented.
All second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Cordero, seconded by Mrs. Flores, that the board approve the 2020-2021 school opening and safety plan under COVID-19 conditions and adopt resolution 1935, authorizing any and all necessary actions to prepare and respond to novel coronavirus COVID-19. Roll call.
Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Morris,
Aye.
Aye.
Oliver, Mr. Hall.
Aye. Matt, you have the keys to the car. All right, so then we have completed open session. We will adjourn to closed, but if there's anything else you guys wanted to add or contribute here at this early hour.
I will just comment that I think personally that CSBA has really done a phenomenal job of providing updates, and their webinars have really been quite good. In fact, I went to sit in on part 2 of the school reopening one today, and then I looked at my calendar and it's like, oh, it's next Wednesday. But, you know, they're not terribly long. You know, some of it is stuff that I've already read and so forth, but it's thoughtful, and sometimes you get comments from, you know, you can write in any questions and stuff that you have. So, you know, I give them an A+ for really trying to help school board members, and, you know, it's having been in the system, you know, there's a certain level of, okay, I know what that means, and I get that, and I know what that would look like, and, you know, I'm familiar with the school. But for people that aren't part of that system, and, you know, the bulk of school board members are not, some of this must absolutely be almost incomprehensible. So I really think they've done a phenomenal job. And I'm taking advantage of as much of it as I can.
Their daily news brief is my first morning reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the stuff that we've already received in print is just as everything else. It's helpful, but it's so last week. All good? Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so we will adjourn to closed session. We'll close public. Ooh, sorry if that was too loud too.